Chapter 196. Slap. With a slap, he cut off the mouth of the bottle and muttered, "No matter what, this is still a wine from 1 meter higher sky. Just this point alone is enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. I can't waste it." He looked up and the bottle of wine started to gurgle. "What kind of wine is this? It's so fucking disgusting." Wu Taijiang wiped his mouth and muttered to himself after finishing a bottle of wine in one go. "Forget it, I have to hurry up and work. These two swords are about to take shape." Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others returned to second high like a whirlwind. Qin Fangyang was already waiting at the school gate. "What's the hurry? It's a big matter. We're at our wits' end. We can only rely on you, Teacher Qin." Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang and told him everything. "I can only ask you to tear down Long Yusheng's old house tonight, the kind that doesn't leave anything behind. Not only do you have to tear down everything on the ground, even the basement can't be spared." Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, am I your teacher or your hired thug? Can't you find someone else to do this dirty and tiring work?" As a form teacher, he was going to tear down a student's house. Qin Fangyang felt that he might be the first form teacher in history. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would also be the end of the line. He didn't know whether to call him a legendary form teacher or a weirdo. "Teacher Qin, you have to understand that you're not tearing down a house. You're saving a life," Zhuo Xiaoduo advised with a sincere face. With a thud, Long Yusheng knelt down. "Teacher Qin, please help me. Please go and tear down my house." Sigh. Qin Fangyang was speechless. "Child, you're begging me to tear down your house and even kneeling in front of me. This is too strange, isn't it? You really saw through it? You're not joking." Qin Fangyang frowned and looked serious. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you can't joke about this. Teacher Qin, just tell me if you believe in my physiognomy." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked hurt. "Please believe in your students. In the future. If you really become famous, I reckon that with a student like you, the name Qin Fangyang will definitely go down in history." Qin Fangyang sighed. "I can already imagine what the history books will say about me. What about you? Have students all over the world, the best and only one?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's interest was aroused. Best and only one person. He was indeed the only one. The history books must have recorded it like this. Back then, Zhuo Xiaoduo, a heretical demon whose name shook the world, was known for cheating, stealing food, drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and committing all kinds of crimes. His first teacher was said to be Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang observed a moment of silence for his foreseeable future and shook his head with a sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. "Puhahaha, the sole person, the sole person." Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiu laughed out loud. After receiving Qin Fangyang's promise, Zhuo Xiaoduo could finally go home and have dinner in peace. However, Teacher Qin actually looked down on me and slandered my clean and righteous name. This is simply unbearable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. It was probably because of this grievance that she ate an extra bucket of rice in the evening and was ridiculed by Mother Zhuo again. During his cultivation at night, Zhuo Xiaoduo suppressed his innate qi several times. Well, it had only been one day and he had already suppressed it more than 10 times. How many times did he have to suppress it before it would stop? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also quite melancholy about this. Teacher Qin only said that the more times he suppressed it, the better. However, he didn't say how many times he had to suppress it. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that Qin Fangyang didn't expect this at all. For an ordinary person, it was already quite rare to be able to suppress it 3 to 5 times before breaking through to the innate realm. Those who could suppress it 8 to 10 times could be considered as geniuses with a bright future in the whole continent. When these people suppressed their breakthrough, they didn't have to suppress it several times a day. After all, suppressing a breakthrough was equivalent to temporarily cutting off the road ahead. They had to reaccumulate spiritual energy, absorb it, cultivate, and consume it. No matter what, it would only happen once every 10 days or half a month, right? At the very least, in the most ideal situation, it would happen once a week. Who would have thought that a freak like Sui Xiaoduo would be able to suppress the opportunity to break through more than 10 times in a single day? If Qin Fangyang knew about this, he would probably tell Sui Xiaoduo that it was time for him to break through and stop causing trouble. However, Qin Fangyang didn't know at all. How could such a terrifying thing happen? What he could think of. He would ask this kid if he felt like breaking through again after a week. Then, he would analyze the specific situation. This was a more normal situation. 10 times a day. Not to mention 10 times a day, even if it was 10 times a week, it would still be shocking that it was that very night. In the Qinyu building. 4 figures appeared here as if they had appeared out of thin air. Each of them was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves and had an immortal aura. 4 middle-aged men flew in through the window without asking. Junior sister. The 2 men in the lead smiled and greeted her. Hello, senior sister. The other 2 saluted respectfully. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, 7th junior brother, 5th junior brother, you are all here. Mu Yanyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw them. She only felt that the burden on her shoulders had been lifted a lot. You all came together. That's really great. Senior sister Mu, you greeted eldest senior brother and second senior brother first. That's fine, but when you greeted us, why is 7th junior brother in front of me, 5th junior brother? 5th junior brother was a thin middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked dissatisfied. Do you have a problem with me? 5th monkey. Mu Yanyan laughed and scolded, you really don't have a single moment of honesty. If you continue to speak nonsense, see if I don't beat you up. 7th junior brother chuckled. What kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Mu? 5th senior brother, you are far too lacking. Eldest senior brother had a square face with 3 strands of black beard. Smiling, he said, old 5th, old 7th, don't cause trouble. If your senior sister didn't have a big matter, how could she have called us all here? Second senior brother looked much more serious. His face was almost devoid of flesh, and he even looked a little wooden. Clearly, he was normally a very serious person. Junior sister Mu, what exactly is the matter? Mu Yanyan smiled and said, let me first hold a welcoming dinner for senior and junior brothers. Let's go, I have already booked a restaurant. I will let you all have a taste of this world. The 4 disciples looked at each other, their hearts filled with suspicion. Junior sister Mu immediately spoke of welcoming them and did not mention anything important. Clearly, she had some misgivings. Could it be that in this place, they could not even speak? The door opened. Meng Qinyu bounced in. Master, are you going out? Let me send you out. Seeing that there were so many people in the room, she immediately let out a cry of surprise, saying, These. Mu Yanyan smiled, then her face sank and scolded with a smile, naughty. These are your martial uncles and martial uncles. This is eldest martial uncle, this is second martial uncle, this is 5th martial uncle and this is 7th martial uncle. Quickly greet them. Meng Qinyu was given a fright and quickly saluted them one by one. This is the female disciple you accepted in Phoenix City. Sure enough, she is very clever. This is our first meeting. Eldest senior brother laughed and reached into his pocket. Everyone, eat first. If there is anything, we can talk after eating. Mu Yanyan smiled and said, Qinyu, you go practice first. I have not seen your martial uncles and martial uncles for a long time, so we need to properly chat. Don't be naughty. There will be a greeting gift for you. When your senior sister Nian arrives tomorrow, you too can ask your martial uncles for it. Otherwise, your martial uncles and martial uncles will be embarrassed tomorrow. I will tell you, little girl, your martial uncles and martial uncles all have plenty of good things. Let's see how much you two can pull out tomorrow. Eldest senior brother helplessly smiled and said, looking at this situation, I fear that a large amount of blood will be shed tomorrow. Meng Qinyu leapt up and said, I will immediately tell my senior sister Nian. Goodbye master, goodbye martial uncles. Goodbye martial uncles. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Clearly, she was going to make a call to Zhuo Xiaonian. Second senior brother's thin face revealed a trace of doubt. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at Mu Yanyan and said, Junior sister, have you prepared some good wine to entertain us? Just follow me, Yi Ziqin said. Mu Yanyan led the way, her face full of joy. Just as they were walking, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang out. A message from Zhuo Xiaonian had arrived. Mu Yanyan took out her handphone and looked. Master, I have prepared a new handphone for you. Do you like it? Seeing such an ordinary message, Mu Yanyan's expression changed. She put away her phone and furrowed her brows. Along the way to the hotel, Mu Yanyan asked her senior and junior brothers to order, and then said, I have to make a call. I will be back soon. Junior sister, you are so busy. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, Go, don't tell me. You are in love. Mu Yanyan blushed and said, Senior brother, you are really shameless. She hurried out. High in the sky. Mu Yanyan dialed a new number on her new handphone. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaonian also had a new number on her new handphone, so she picked it up. What's the matter? Mu Yanyan asked. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice sounded very hurried. Master, just now Xiao Duo read my fortune. He said that my luck has changed again. There is a white tiger coming to my soul. It should be in the southeast. And you are the first to bear the brunt of this disaster, which is a big variable. He himself doesn't know the reason, so he asked me to remind you to be careful. Mu Yanyan's delicate body shook when she heard this, and she almost fell from the clouds. At this moment, she really felt that her mind was blank, and it was hard for her to control herself. After a long time, she said, I know, I will be careful. Then she hung up the phone. Chapter 197. Mu Yanyan stayed in the clouds high in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he hid his figure in the thicker clouds and mist. He covered his face with his hands and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the great grandmaster who had reached the peak of nascent soul and was half a step into the cloud transformation realm looked like a pitiful and helpless little girl. Because of the arrival of her senior and junior brothers, the joy suddenly turned into infinite fear. The white tiger evil spirit was coming from the southeast. After a long time, Mu Yanyan stood up and turned to look in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction. Kunlun's secret land. Kunlun Taoist mountain. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yanyan's face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. A sigh resounded through the sky. This night, Mu Yanyan showed unprecedented joy and frequently raised her cup to invite the senior and junior brothers who she had not seen for many years. It seemed that she had endless things to say. However, about Zhuo Xiaonian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Feng Shui, Phoenix Vein Soul, she did not mention a single word. Junior sister, didn't you say that one of your disciples is about to break through, and during this period of time, you hoped that we would come here to help protect her? Eldest senior brother's square face flashed a trace of doubt. Tell us about the situation. If it is not a serious situation, why do you need so many of us to protect her? Also, junior sister, you value this disciple very much. Mu Yanyan smiled. This child's aptitude is indeed excellent, and she is the successor I have chosen. She deliberated for a moment in her heart and slowly said, but this time, her breakthrough can't be taken lightly. Why? I now suspect that my successor is born with a phoenix body. And in Phoenix City, there have always been rumors about the phoenix vein. What's more coincidental is that the scheduled time of her breakthrough is almost the same as the legendary day of the phoenix vein soul cleansing. Mu Yanyan's face was heavy, and her voice was heavy, and as far as I know, the 3 sects of the No Alliance have already come to Phoenix City. Well, we have already fought many times. In other words, a lot of No Alliance elites have gathered in this small town. I suspect that they are here for the Phoenix Pulse Soul. Mu Yanyan looked worried. If I'm alone, I'm not sure at all. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 senior and junior brothers suddenly became heavy. There's actually such a thing. Yes. Mu Yanyan began to explain the situation here in detail. She was neither too optimistic nor too exaggerated. In short, she told him everything that had happened during this period of time without leaving out any details. However, the only thing she didn't mention was the feng shui situation a few days earlier and Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy supernatural power. Even He Yuanyue only mentioned a few words and didn't say anything else. The faces of eldest senior brother and the other 3 became more and more solemn, gradually becoming as gloomy as water. If there really is such a thing, then the No Alliance will definitely not allow someone like Spiritual Sense to successfully break through, let alone the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Eldest senior brother sighed softly. I'm afraid. This will be a tough battle. Yes, definitely a tough battle. Spiritual Sense's breakthrough this time is already like a bow on the string. It has to be released, but there's no way to counter it. And we naturally can't act rashly and can only passively defend. Mu Yanyan showed a mentally and physically exhausted expression. If you didn't come to help, I really don't know what to do this time. Junior sister, don't worry. Since we're here, we definitely won't let the No Alliance succeed. Eldest senior brother said in a low voice. Moreover, Phoenix City is after all a small border city, a small place. Even if the No Alliance comes, there won't be too many people, and their overall strength won't be too strong. As long as the city's strength cooperates, there's still a high chance of protecting a little girl to successfully break through. I hope so. Mu Yanyan raised her cup. Today is to wash the dust of senior brother and junior brother. I toast to senior brother and junior brother. Yanyan thanks you here. It was also on this night. Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue met again in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Meng Group's headquarters. This time, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's faces were heavy, no longer as calm and elegant as before. And in front of them, someone was unfolding the map of Phoenix City. The map in front of them was a projection of the huge Phoenix City, not missing a single detail. Sometimes it was near and far, and sometimes it was near and far. Meng Qintian stood in front of the projection, looking at it in a trance. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. Among them, the 4 people who had stopped Zhou Xiaoduo the other day were among them. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them had an ancient face and a faint aura of Tao. Most of them were wearing long robes, and a few of them were holding compasses, rulers, and other things in their hands. Everyone was carefully watching the projection. Everyone, please take a look. Meng Qintian said slowly, probably in one night, the mountains on both sides have been secretly moved by someone. The original Wenshui East, with a ribbon around the waist, has now become the Wenshui West. Everyone, please take a look. Is there any explanation behind this? Meng Qintian's handsome face was still calm and elegant, calm and unhurried. More than 10 Qi watchers, each of them put in a serious attitude. Some of them even began to use their hands to draw in the void and began to calculate. Some of them drew lines in the void, their lips moving as they muttered. Meng Tianyue said, everyone, please pay more attention because this Wenshui is related to the Feng Shui Lake of our Ning and Meng families. If the water suddenly flows in the opposite direction, will it break the original intention of the Feng Shui? More than a dozen Feng Shui masters stared at the projection. After a long time, someone finally shook his head with a puzzled expression and said, the flow of water is against the trend and changed direction. According to Feng Shui common sense, it is indeed an ominous sign. However, after repeated observation, there is no difference from before. Also, There is no sign of feng shui related to this. As soon as this person spoke, the others followed suit. Indeed, I do not feel any influence. The two sides are originally balanced. Going east and going west, the result is the same. There is no difference. That's right, I also do not feel any mysterious changes in the inside. It doesn't matter. Everyone spoke in unison and said that it did not matter. Meng Qintian's face finally turned gloomy and said, "Everyone, please take a good look again. Just last night, I felt unusually uncomfortable. And the source of this discomfort, I feel that there is a change in the two mountains. It is also because of this that I can quickly detect that the water flow has changed." The group of Qi watchers looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Brother Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Meng, do not worry. Young Master Meng, you feel that there is something strange. It is probably difficult for us to see through the projection. After all, the projection is just a projection. There is no luck or momentum to speak of. We still need to do a detailed investigation to make a conclusion." He paused and said, "However, in fact, young Master Meng's discomfort may not necessarily be related to the water flow. No matter who it is inevitable that they will feel uncomfortable when they wake up and find that the environment they are used to has changed." Meng Qintian thought and said, "Is it? Could it be that they put in so much effort just to do something useless?" This question made the dozens of Qi watchers look at each other again. They did not know whether to agree or disagree. Yes, to put in so much effort to form such a big change, at least a few nascent soul powerhouses had to be mobilized to change the mountains and rivers, and change the flow to the reverse. Only then could such a change be made in one night. And such a change was actually useless. It really couldn't be justified. Ning Suifeng said, "Let's go over and do a detailed investigation first." Meng Tianyue frowned and said, "Qin Tian, go on behalf of me." "Yes, father." Meng Qintian agreed and went out with a few Qi watchers and Ning Suifeng. Before Ning Suifeng went out, he suddenly thought of something and stopped at the door. He turned his head and said, "Brother Meng, don't you want to go and see for yourself?" Meng Tianyue smiled and said, "It is enough to have you go. I am just taking a break. Besides, ever since I was robbed in the sky last time, I have never gone up to the sky." Ning Suifeng shook his head and laughed, You. He jumped and left. Several invisible and traceless auras followed him like a few gusts of cool breeze. For a moment, more than 20 people stood in the sky and looked down. Meng Qintian felt that this place was too close to the headquarters of the Meng's group, so he retreated a bit and moved up another 100 feet. More than a dozen Qi watchers steadied themselves and started to move at the same time. After a long time, Brother Feng was the first to speak. It was obvious that he had the highest status among these people. "It is really strange, but there is no effect." Brother Feng pointed to the front and said, "Look, the building of the Meng's group is located on the line of the earth veins. It is connected to the heavens above and the earth veins below. Fortune comes from all directions and wind blows from all directions. It can be said to be the best feng shui layout. Whether it is gathering wealth, power, or strength, it is easy and successful. It is also where the ancestral tomb of the Ning family is located, forming a yin and a yang. They complement each other. One high and one low, one yin and one yang. It is precisely the gathering of all the fortune of the local area here. As for the mountains in the distance, whether it changes or not, I feel that it has nothing to do with the feng shui layout here." Brother Feng pointed out with an imposing manner, "Look, the surroundings of Phoenix City is actually a huge feng shui formation. It has already formed its own system. Whether it is to the east or the west, there is a lot of flowing water. It is endless. As for the Wenshui River, whether it is to the east or the west, it is still a cycle formed by this feng shui formation. The power of feng shui in the entire Phoenix City area has not decreased at all." The rest of the Qi watchers said in unison and nodded their heads, Brother Feng is right. That's what we think too. Chapter 198. Meng Qintian's face darkened as he looked at them one by one. Slowly, he asked, is there really no effect? No change at all? Yes. Brother Feng said seriously, young Master Meng, I can guarantee it with my career. A few of the more experienced ones looked around and said, at least on the surface, there really isn't any effect. Brother Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, yes, on the surface, there is no harm. On a deeper level, the Meng conglomerates and the Ning family's fortunes could be said to be the two central points of the entire Phoenix City. No matter where the luck comes from, it will be attracted to these two families. As long as there is no change in the earth vein, the feng shui of the two families will be as stable as a rock. Then, he nodded and said, young Master Meng, the one who looked at the feng shui of your two families back then was a great master. The other Qi diviners did not have any doubts about this. They said, yes, the one who set up the feng shui for you is a great master of feng shui. There is no doubt about this. In the entire Central Plains, there are not many people who can set up such an excellent and almost indestructible feng shui. That's right. With the heaven and earth as the layout, the mountains and rivers as the foundation, and the earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the foundation. It's amazing, really amazing. We have always thought highly of ourselves, but after seeing this layout today, we know that there is always someone better than us. We are far inferior. Meng Qintian's eyes relaxed a little, but for some reason, he still felt that his heart was heavy, and his heart was not at ease. Ning Suifeng, on the other hand, was relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. Meng Qintian said, if we want to break our feng shui, how do we do it? This feng shui has reached perfection. It is not impossible to break this feng shui, but it is too difficult. A Qi diviner who looked to be in his 50s said, there is a double problem, one internal and one external. Therefore, in my opinion, the backflow of the Wen River is an attempt to break your feng shui array. It is also the external solution that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it is futile and difficult to do. Meng Qintian hurriedly asked, Master, please enlighten us. What is the key and how to prevent it? The Qi diviner thought for a while and said, the most direct way is to eliminate all the mountains on either side. Then, the natural feng shui, Phoenix City will be broken, and all the related luck will flow out. Since your families are in Phoenix City, there is no exception. But no one dares to do this method. This was because it involved the fate of millions of people. No matter who did it, they would definitely suffer the most extreme backlash. Absolutely no one can bear the extreme feng shui of the feng shui of feng shui's feng shui, of the generations. Therefore, the person who broke the situation was at best just playing a borderline ball and changing the flow of the water. It is impossible to completely destroy the situation. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the feng shui situation was not affected at all. Meng Qintian nodded slowly. He looked into the distance and finally calmed down. He said, Master, you mentioned the internal and external solution. Even if the external solution cannot be broken, what if it is broken from the inside? It is also impossible to break from the inside. The way to break from the inside is to demolish the entire Meng's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral tombs. And do both at the same time. But this method is even more difficult than breaking from the outside. Not only will you not allow it, most of the people in Phoenix City will not allow it. Even if the king of the Central Plains comes to demolish it personally, he will not be able to do it. I believe young Master Meng understands this better than anyone. The Qi diviner smiled bitterly and said, so, this is a feng shui array that no one can break. No matter if it is from the inside or the outside, no one can break it. Meng Qintian murmured, a feng shui array that no one can break. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, thank you for your guidance. Everyone, if you are sure there are no other problems, let's go to the headquarters for tea. There will be some gifts for you later. Please. Don't mind. Young Master Meng, you are too polite. Everyone smiled and thanked him. Everyone was beaming. Looking at the guards leading the Qi diviners away, Meng Qintian pulled Ning Suifeng and said, Uncle Ning? Yes? I still feel a little uneasy. Since someone did such a big thing, why did he end up with a useless outcome? If it were you or me, we would not be satisfied either, right? So I suspect that there is something fishy about this. If we can't figure it out, I will not be at ease. You see. Meng Qintian said in a low voice, should we ask Blind Hong to come out and take a look? Ning Suifeng frowned and thought for a while. He said softly, Qintian, aren't you worrying too much? Meng Qintian took a breath and said, after all, this concerns the foundation of both our families. It is hard to be at ease. Ning Suifeng smiled and said, since the feng shui arrays of both our families are not destroyed, it is a great thing. What else is there to be worried about? Meng Qintian looked at Ning Suifeng in shock. He was speechless in his heart. He should not have discussed with him. He was not even considering the same thing that he smiled and said, since Uncle Ning said so, I am relieved. Ning Suifeng laughed and left. He turned around, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. He thought to himself, want to swallow it all in one go? The appetite of the Meng family is too big. Then he thought, Meng Qintian is right. After spending so much effort, it is useless. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. If it were me, I would be even more unwilling. There must be something fishy about this. It seems that I have to secretly find Blind Hong and take a look at the ancestral grave. But who is the one in charge of the Meng family group? Why do I feel that Meng Qintian's power is not inferior to Meng Tianyue's? Ning Suifeng laughed and entered the headquarters of the Meng family group. Brother Meng, we are overthinking this time. It is not a big deal. The feng shui of both our families is impregnable and safe. It is very good. Meng Tianyue was leisurely drinking by himself. He turned his head and said, Brother Ning, you have worked hard. Almost at the same time, another group of people rushed into the sky. They looked at the aura around Phoenix City. Those Qi watchers in Phoenix City have been invited by the Meng family and the Ning family. It seems that these two families are still very concerned about their own fate. Yes, Elder Gu, come and take a look at the influence of the Wenshui flowing west. Or rather, is there any effect on the Phoenix veins? Almost all the people who came later had their faces covered by the clouds. Only this Elder Gu showed his face clearly because he wanted to observe the situation. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. At this moment, he was seriously looking at the situation of the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were serious. The change of east and west and the Wenshui flowing in reverse should have a great impact on the inherent feng shui. But why does it look like there is no effect on the surface? It is really strange. Yes, in the south. There is a sudden fire. The fire is very fierce and it is injecting energy into the phoenix veins. As the saying goes, the phoenix is reborn from the fire. But why is there a fire in the south? That is the tale of the phoenix. Speaking of this, the faces of the people who were hidden in the clouds and mist turned ugly. Speaking of this fire, it was really too unexpected. It unexpectedly reached home. Who would have thought that the death of a few students during the trial would trigger a chain reaction and eventually cause such a big matter? It even made use of the black list and put the bounty on the top, causing thousands of people to kill them. Originally, at this stage, it was already very strange. It could not be done without money. But in the end, that Xin Yushu really did not know what was wrong with his brain. He set a big fire without any warning and burned down the Phoenix Tail Mountain. And this was also the root cause of the current drastic change. Ignorance is really terrible. Setting a fire. What use was it for a nascent soul stage expert? And for this accident, the people of the UMNO Alliance only felt that they were fucked up. After all the UMNO Alliance experts in Phoenix City confirmed this information, almost collectively, they exploded. They were about to find trouble with Shin Yushu to vent their anger, but they were stunned to see that Shin Yushu had sent his own family's head to the Meng family. And it was cut off. Immediately after, the whole family was uprooted. The whole family was exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not even an inch of grass was left. The actions of the Meng family and the Ning family were so sharp and fast. They were so ruthless and vicious that it was even more extreme than the actions of the UMNO Alliance. This was simply fucking a complete mess. They could not even find a target to vent their anger. This matter, cough cough, is really purely a coincidence. It is a pure natural accident. It is not targeted. In the clouds, a voice said with some speechlessness. Fortunately, our previous arrangements were thorough. As far as the current situation is concerned, the impact on the Phoenix vein is not very big. The established plan for the Phoenix Pulse spirit can still be carried out according to the original rhythm. Old Gu said lightly, but because of the impact of this fire, the Phoenix vein has increased to a certain extent. So, originally, it was 100% impossible to fly. Now, it has become a slight hope to fly. Everyone must not be the slightest bit careless about this. Everyone was speechless. They did not know how many years of arrangements they had made. If it was destroyed by this bastard's fire and buried in a complete accident, it would be really fucked up. They would be so aggrieved that they would vomit blood and die. However, that little hope of taking off is only a little. The reversal of the two mountains did not cause any major changes in the end. It has nothing to do with the grand plan. However, in the following days, we need to keep a close eye on them and see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Tricks? What do you mean? Old Gu looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, in addition to the general trend of heaven and earth, Qi Watchers will also use some props to arrange the feng shui. If we are not careful, the other party may still turn the tables. So, we must not take it lightly. After all, most of these props are very small objects. They are not easy to be discovered. Old Ji's words made everyone fall into deep thought. We must ask for monthly votes. Brothers, at the end of the month, give us some. Chapter 199. Then, Elder Gu, can you find these items? I can't. Elder Gu shook his head honestly. I'm ashamed. I'm not at that level yet. Then, who can? Someone asked. If it's just us, the scope is too big. Secondly, we're not experts in this field. We don't even know what the target is. It's very possible that the item is right in front of us, but we'll still miss it. Elder Gu thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there are only 3 people in this world who can find it. The first is General Dong Feng of the Sun Moon Pass. The second is Master Dao Zhen of the capital city. The third is the one from the UMNO Alliance. The others all smiled bitterly. It was impossible for these 3 people to come. Elder Gu sighed and said, it's a pity that Blind Hong is blind. If his eyes were still intact, he would be able to find it. But he would definitely lose his life. Blind Hong. Someone repeated softly, deep in thought. That night, around 3:00 in the morning, a sword light soared into the sky, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air as it sped toward the Long Manor. It was the quietest moment of the night, so no one noticed this abnormality. And behind this sword light, there was a person shrouded in black. Only a pair of eyes could be seen outside, shining brightly. It's here. In a split second, the sword light shone brilliantly and fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom boom. The sword light drilled into the ground and then rose from the other side. A huge amount of true yuan exploded. Many of the houses in the Long family's manor, which was only a few dozen mu in size, were sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air before crashing down with a loud boom. Instantly, they were torn apart. The originally sturdy buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. "Who's there? Bastard!" Angry shouts were mixed with a series of screams. Dozens of lights soared into the sky from the ruins of the Long manor. Everyone's face was filled with anger. The black-clothed man in the air snorted. His long sword did not stop and continued to swing. More than 100 sword lights fell in a fan shape and forcefully embedded into the ruins. The few remaining intact houses were also destroyed. With another loud boom, the only remaining basement collapsed, and the entire Long family's manor collapsed. Exclamations, curses, and screams filled the air. In the air, a dozen or so Long family members had already surrounded the black-clothed man and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel is this? You dare to make an enemy out of my Long family?" The man in black in the air was startled for a moment. His voice was very strange as he called out, "What? Long family? How could it be the Long family?" A vigilant old man from the Long family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by that? If not for the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert, even if the entire Long clan were to gather all of their manpower and surround him, they would still not be able to kill him." The black-clothed man in the air was clearly astonished. He asked in astonishment, "Is this really the Long family? If it's not the Long family, then where is it?" The old man was furious. "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said apologetically, "Then I'm really sorry, I found the wrong place." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was obvious that he had been disguised. However, this sentence made all of the Long family members so angry that their lungs were swollen. "Damn it! Found the wrong place. Found the wrong place to seek revenge? What kind of statement was this?" The black-clothed man said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I actually found the wrong target. Forget it, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family." After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned into a sword light. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The Long family's old man was so angry that he covered his chest and coughed. The other dozen or so Long family members all stomped their feet and cursed at the sky. They were really crazy with anger. The whole family was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, an unexpected disaster came out of nowhere. The entire courtyard of the old house was razed to the ground in an instant. The house they lived in was turned into broken bricks. Even the bed, wardrobe, and all the other facilities were crushed into powder by a sword. Even the toilet bowl was broken, and many safes were split into two. The secret room collapsed, and the basement was completely destroyed. In the end, the person who came said one sentence. "Misunderstanding. They found the wrong person. I'm really sorry." Sorry your head. The most infuriating thing was, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family? Who the hell wants to form good karma with you? Who the hell are you? Long Yusheng stood in the ruins in his pajamas. He looked at the sky and was excited in his heart. Waha, awesome, awesome. He demolished it just like that. It took less than a minute. He's really an almighty. It's too satisfying. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and treat the injured. Old Master Long roared in the air as soon as he regained consciousness. The whole family immediately got busy. After a round of investigation, they were stunned again. Other than a few unlucky people who were hit by the collapsed house, the rest were not injured at all. After all, they were a martial arts family. Even if they were hit, it was not a big deal. The house. None of them can still be lived in. The people are all fine. Long Yusheng's father felt that this result was inconceivable. This is really fucking dog shit luck. That sword light that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth plowed back and forth in his house several times, but not a single person was injured. This is a great fortune in misfortune. The old man immediately instructed, eldest, second, third, you guys, quickly organize people to move your family. Fourth, hurry up and contact the hotel. Everyone moves to the hotel. The few of you, put away the things in the treasury in safes. Everyone from your family is not allowed to touch them. Everyone, move to the hotel. The old man's composure was not bad. He did not panic in the face of danger and commanded in an orderly manner. Father, then. This black-clothed man. The eldest son of the Long family, Long Yusheng's uncle, asked hesitantly. There's no black-clothed man. The old man glared. With his cultivation, if he wants to destroy our family, it's really just a matter of raising his hand. Do you still want to take revenge? He said that it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. If the strong find trouble with us, then it's our bad luck. If he wants to form a good relationship with us, then it's our luck. You're an adult, don't you understand this? But we don't even know who that person is. How can we form a good relationship? Fool, if you know who he is, do you think that our family will still be alive? Seeing that the others were about to speak, the old man waved his hand. This matter is settled. No more talking. Hurry up and get to work. Fifth, after you're done, contact the construction team and ask them to come over and rebuild the house. Yes. The old man floated to the ground and came to Long Yusheng's side. He sighed. Sigh, everything has its own way. Didn't Yusheng's classmates say that our family will be in trouble during this period of time? He asked us to move out and hide. Now it seems that he was right. It's just that we were blinded by lard and didn't accept his kindness. Sigh. The old man was very regretful. Tonight, something like this happened. It's tantamount to reminding us that in this world, there are some things that we can choose not to believe, but there are some things that we have to believe. Yusheng. Your grandson is here. Prepare a generous gift tomorrow and send it to your classmate. You must be sincere and sincere. The old man sighed. By the way, ask him if he's still willing to help our family. If we want to rebuild the house, how to do it better. The disciple of the old principal, He Yuanyue, is indeed extraordinary. The old man sighed. His face was full of admiration, but there was also a hint of disappointment. It seemed that after this incident, the old man had changed from a complete distrust of Master's Wa's ability to the point of being a die-hard fan. Long Yusheng opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say no, he thought that it wasn't right and swallowed his words. Sigh. Alright, I'll let that guy take advantage of me this time. Since I'm really in danger, it makes sense to give him a thank you gift. However, the truth of the destruction of the house this time must not be leaked out. If his parents and grandfather knew that the person who destroyed his house was actually someone that he had painstakingly begged. Long Yusheng instantly shuddered. If that was the case, then he would basically bid farewell to this magnificent life. Oh, Buddha said, it must not be said, it must not be said. The night in the old Long's house passed by in a hubbub. Make sure to move everything that can be moved away. The old man of the Long family could be said to be once bitten, twice shy. Choose a hotel. Don't stay in the upper floors. Our family will stay there for a year and a half. We'll come back after the reconstruction is done. The stone in Long Yusheng's heart was finally lifted. After everything is settled, Yusheng, you must make an appointment with your classmate. Our family will treat him to a good meal. Let's get to know each other well and thank him. Long Yusheng repeatedly agreed. The sky was bright. God knows how busy all the high-ranking people in Phoenix City were on this day. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Phone calls were made one after another. People from all over the country were looking for the chi-gazing technique. They didn't want the most awesome chi-gazing technique, only the most awesome chi-gazing technique. People from the UMNO Alliance were looking. People from the Meng family were also looking. People from the Ning family were still looking. There were also a few families who somehow got wind of the news and followed the crowd to look for the qi-gazing technique. As a result, Governor Wan Pingyuan, for the first time, told his daughter who was about to go to school, "Xiao, wait a moment. What's the matter?" "Well, your classmate." Wan Pingyuan considered his words carefully. "Daughter, you must maintain a good relationship with him. If it's convenient, you can bring him home for a meal. Dad also has something to ask." Chapter 200. Wan Lixio blushed and hurriedly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? If you want to find Long Yusheng, just tell him directly. Why do you need to consult him? Is he worthy?" "Bah, I'm not talking about Long Yusheng. I'm talking about that Sui Xiao Duo, the one known as God Sui Xiao Duo." Governor Wan rolled his eyes and said, "Long Yusheng is such a bastard. Why would I want to see him? I get annoyed when I see him." Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, "You want to see Sui Xiao Duo? Why do you want to see him?" "I'm telling you, Dad, this Sui is really a bitch, a bitch. You little girl." Wan Pingyuan shouted seriously, "They are your classmates and he is your boss. How can you be so rude? You have to be respectful to Master Zhua in the future, do you understand?" "Ah." Wan Lixio was surprised. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Do you know what you are talking about?" Governor Wan lowered his voice. "Your grandpa Long called. A few days ago, Sui Xiao Duo told Long Yusheng that the Long family was going to encounter a big disaster and suggested to move as soon as possible. But the Long family didn't believe him and didn't move. Guess what happened last night?" Wan Lixio understood at once. She held back her laughter and said, "What happened?" "Last night, the Long family was gone." Governor Wan's eyes showed some fear. He lowered his voice and said, "It seems that there was some misunderstanding. Anyway, they were flattened by a master with a sword. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This matter is really strange." Wan Lixio's expression was exaggerated. "Wow. There was such a thing. Flattened with a sword, are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Look at your expression." Wan Pingyuan lectured his daughter, "Your future husband's family was wiped out and you are so excited? You little girl are really. When you marry him in the future, your temper. I have to ask your mother to teach you a good lesson. What kind of temperament is this?" Wan Pingyuan lectured Wan Lixio for a long time before he waved his hand and let her go to school. "Remember, you must be on good terms with Master Zhua. It will be beneficial." "I know." Wan Lixio's voice came from several hundred meters away. It was too terrifying. Once Dad started to blabber on and on, it was simply even more unbearable than Mom. 8 o'clock in the morning. Director Jiang Zhangbin came out of the office feeling refreshed. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, teacher. Good morning." He. He Yuan's voice came from the receiver. "Big face Jiang, did something happen on your side? Why are you calling me so early?" Jiang Zhangbin giggled and said, "Teacher, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've managed to borrow 2 people from the Dragon Blood Squad. They're both cloud transformation experts." On the other side, He Yuan's voice suddenly became serious. "You want to?" "Teacher, now that things have come to this, I don't want to drag this on any longer. I want to move. We can't allow such a nail to be stuck here forever." Jiang Zhangbin's voice became heavy. "Teacher, I want to ask you for help." He Yuan's voice was a little hesitant. After a moment, she said, No problem. I can send you 2 peak nascent soul transformation cultivators. Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan. Other people can't be used in a battle of this level. If you force yourself to go, I'm afraid you'll only die. These 2 are more than enough." Jiang Zhangbin said, "Thank you, teacher." Before starting the operation, Zhang Bin wants to. I want to trouble teacher to look at the aura so that we can have more confidence. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment and said, let Sua Xiaoduo see it. I don't need to see it. If I see it, there will be too many people paying attention to me from all sides. Sua Xiaoduo. Let him see it. Jiang Zhangbin was about to say, can he do it? But He Yuanyue had already hung up the phone. Sua Xiaoduo is Sua Xiaoduo. Jiang Zhangbin had an almost blind superstition about He Yuanyue. As long as He Yuanyue said it was okay, it must be okay. He happily dialed the number again. Is this Teacher Mu? Hello, I'm Jiang Zhangbin of the Star Shield. Okay. Do you have time later? I want to discuss something with you. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Teacher Chiu. Do you have time now? I'm Jiang Zhangbin of the Star Shield. Hello. Okay. I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Then, he thought for a while and dialed another number. Monkey-san, there's something that you need to help me with today. On the other side, Chief Son of the Martial Arts Bureau frowned. What's the matter? You dare to call me that when you're asking for my help? You're so awesome, big-faced Jiang. What can't you do? I'm not free. I won't help. Hee, I still have the video of the last conference. You were really impressive then. I was convinced by you. You chased the old principal out and sat there as steadily as a mountain. You were like the sun in the sky, calm and composed. Hee. I suddenly feel like posting it on my WeChat moments. What's the matter? Just say it. We're all old classmates. I won't help others, but for you, Jiang Zhangbin, I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to do all those useless things? Straightforward. Jiang Zhangbin snapped his fingers. There's an operation tonight. I need a few absolutely reliable experts who can fight. The lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm. How many can you find for me? I can find you a gay tyrant. On the other side, Bureau Chief's son was anxious. Are you kidding me, big-faced Jiang? And the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Why don't you say the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Where can I find such a person for you? Do you think the nascent soul transformation realm is cabbage? After Jiang Zhangbin finished speaking, he took the microphone away from his ear. After the other side finished speaking, he said slowly, don't think that I don't know. Your brother came back to visit his family not long ago. He's now in Phoenix City. Your brother, General Sun, is a standard nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. He just came back from the battlefield. Whether it's strength or reliability, he's suitable. Jiang Zhangbin said, otherwise, do you think I'll call you casually? I'm in charge of Star Shield. If I don't even know this, how can I survive? Bureau Chief Sun said angrily, my brother only has 10 days of vacation this time. On the way back, he lost 2 days. He just got home the day before yesterday. It's already been 5 days. You still want to work hard? Are you still a human? Jiang Zhangbin begged, Brother Monkey, I'm really in trouble. If there's any other way, I won't call you. Isn't your brother my brother? I don't want to trouble him. But the problem is that I really don't know what to do. You're my brother. Are you going to help me or not? On the other side, Sun Fengho hesitated and said, well, I'll tell my brother later. But I can't guarantee success. Jiang Zhangbin begged again, Brother Monkey, I may die tonight. Bureau Chief Sun scolded, you only know how to take advantage of my sympathy. It's true. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath and said seriously, think about it. I've already put aside my face to ask our brother. What kind of trouble would I encounter? This level of battle. Alas! Monkey, I'm going to die soon. Remember to take good care of my mother for me. She's our mother. Bureau Chief's son finally became serious. Is it really that serious? It's worse than that. Okay. Then I'll go back to my brother now. Bureau Chief's son sighed and said, even if I kneel down and kowtow to him, I promise to invite him to you. Okay. Thank you. Jiang Zhangbin put down the phone with a heavy face and then smiled, wahahaha. I know this guy is easily persuaded. Sure enough, he can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Damn, there's another nascent soul expert. Well, where can I find more experts? The governor's mansion is definitely not possible. The city guards. Forget it. I'm worried. If. Jiang Zhangbin thought for a long time and finally put down the phone. Forget it, I can't take any more risks. Even if I can't invite anyone, I can make do with my current overall strength. If I blindly look for people and find a spy, I'll be a complete idiot. Jiang Zhangbin frowned and sat on the office chair. In Star Shield, there are still 3 nascent soul experts, but I don't dare to use one of them. 11 Inner Core Realm. But these 11 Inner Core Realm experts don't mean much to this battle. Then only 1 high-level nascent soul expert and 1 mid-level nascent soul expert. Plus the 2 that the old principal sent me, 1 from Monkey Sun, 2 from Star Shield, 2 high-level nascent soul experts from the Dragon Blood team, plus Mu Yanyan and Xiao. That's 9 people. With 9 people working together, can't we take down one? As he was thinking, there was a whoosh sound in front of him. Mu Yanyan in white descended from the sky, Bureau Chief Jiang. It's like this. Jiang Zhangbin spoke and exchanged greetings as he took Mu Yanyan to the secret room. There will be others coming in a while. I'll explain the general situation first. This time, we're dealing with a Star Lord. Mu Yanyan was shocked when she heard this. Was it necessary to play so big? Star Lord? Was it possible? Why would a Star Lord come to Phoenix City? When? Tonight. Even our own people have just confirmed this time. The other party can't have known earlier. Only then can we ensure that we catch them off guard and succeed in one fell swoop. As soon as Jiang Zhangbin sat down, he said anxiously, Teacher Mu, this time it's very dangerous. I heard that several of your senior and junior brothers came to Phoenix City yesterday. Mu Yanyan was stunned. This. Jiang Zhangbin said sincerely, Teacher Mu, for Phoenix City. Please invite your senior and junior brothers to come with us and participate in this grand undertaking. Mu Yanyan suddenly felt embarrassed. Zhou Xiaonian's warning yesterday sounded in her heart again. There's a white tiger evil spirit coming from the southeast. And for this tribulation, you're the first to bear the brunt. This is a big variable. For a moment, Mu Yanyan was full of bitterness. That white tiger evil spirit. Was it referring to them? Chapter 201. Mu Yanyan was lost in thought. Last night, after reuniting with her senior and junior fellow apprentices, she didn't find any problems. Everything was the same as before. They were still kind and relaxed. Teacher Mu. Jiang Zhangbin urged. This. Mu Yanyan had a difficult expression on her face as she said, Chief Jiang, I shouldn't have rejected your request, but now I'm afraid that if something happens to my fellow disciples, the plan will be ruined. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Zhangbin said, they are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes? Mu Yanyan was shocked by this sentence. She thought, yes, they are all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes on them? The white tiger evil spirit. Maybe it doesn't mean my senior and junior fellow apprentices. Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed and better. There should be other enemies. In the southeast, there may not only be the Kunlun Taoist sect. The southeast is a big place. Teacher Mu. Jiang Zhangbin said, as we all know, the Kunlun Taoist sect and the UMNO alliance are mortal enemies. This time, we are dealing with the UMNO alliance. Teacher Mu, no matter what, you have to help me. Mu Yanyan was still weighing in her heart. After a long time, Mu Yanyan gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, okay. I will tell my senior fellow apprentices later. At the same time, there was a voice quietly in her heart, I can use this battle to confirm whether it is true or not. Although I am sure it is not true, and I don't want them to be true, but I am still worried. If there is any mistake in this battle, when Xiao Nian breaks through, there will always be more precautions, and it will be safer. Compared with that, Xiao Nian's breakthrough is more important. Of course, they are all right, which is the best result. Jiang Zhangbin was overjoyed and said, thank you, Teacher Mu. I believe that in this way, our action will be more foolproof. He counted with his fingers. The number of people he had gathered today had reached 13 nascent soul masters. With such a lineup, he had great confidence in defeating them no matter what. Okay. Jiang Zhangbin said, then it's decided. We'll start the operation tonight. Not long after, the others arrived one after another. Jiang Zhangbin gave them a brief introduction of today's mission. After that, Jiang Zhangbin gathered everyone together. In order for the big event to go smoothly, let's not move around. Let's wait here for tonight's activity. Alright. Everyone was able to see the big picture, so they all agreed readily without any objections. Then, everyone gathered together and began to deduce the battle situation. He deduced every position, every method, and every battle formation. It's not a big problem. Han Song pondered, as long as the information is true, his current cultivation is at most at the beginning of the cloud transformation stage. Reaching the middle of the cloud transformation stage is already a miracle. It shouldn't be a problem if we take him down. Alright. Dusk. Jiang Zhangbin changed into casual clothes, left Star Shield, and went to the governor's mansion. Is Grandmaster Shang here? Jiang Zhangbin asked the guard of the governor manor. It seems to be here. I'm looking for him. Jiang Zhangbin laughed, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. It's been really tiring. Amidst the laughter, he swaggered in. Shang Qingyun was directing a group of guards to deal with the miscellaneous items in the courtyard. She had a thin figure, white hair, and sunken eyes. She looked very haggard. She stood with her hands behind her back, cold and cheerless. Brother Shang. Teacher Shang. Jiang Zhangbin almost ran all the way there and laughed. Busy? Shang Qingyun turned her head, and a smile appeared on her face that looked like an air-dried orange peel. Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang, why are you so free today? After working for so long, I can finally take a break. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of melancholy. The moment they met, he started to complain, Teacher Shang, Phoenix City is such a small border town. Why are there so many things happening recently? I've been so busy these few days that my head is about to explode. Shang Qingyun smiled faintly, as if the wrinkles on her face were pulled. She still had one hand behind her back and said, which city doesn't have many things to do? Chief Jiang, this is the world of mortals. As long as a person is alive, there will be endless things to do and endless worries to worry about. Elder Shang is right. It's a famous saying. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, that's why I'm finally free today. Didn't I rush over? I specially came to ask if the governor is free. Is he free today? The governor seems to have something to do and went out. Shang Qingyun said faintly, I heard. Something happened at the Long family's manor. That's fine. They already said it was a misunderstanding. The Long family can be considered a big deal in our Phoenix City. How can they attract the attention of a soul transformation cultivator? Jiang Zhangbin was a little disappointed. However, the Long family is still the governor's daughter by marriage. I'm afraid they'll have to eat dinner before coming back. Shang Qingyun smiled, I guessed so too. I finally wanted to drink tonight. Coincidentally, the governor isn't here. It seems like the heavens have given Brother Shang a day off. Let's go, follow me. Shang Qingyun frowned and said, this is my duty. How can I go out so easily? Whether the governor is here or not is not an excuse. I can't not do anything. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, Teacher Shang, Brother Shang's duty, TSK, let's not talk about it. Anyway, you have to accompany me for a drink tonight. Otherwise, I won't let you go. I really can't. Shang Qingyun's expression didn't change. She said, I have to guard the governor's manor. I can't go out. Chief Jiang, you should find someone else. Jiang Zhangbin sighed and said, I apologize to Brother Shang. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked the governor the moment I arrived. This is all my fault. I should have directly asked Brother Shang out for a drink. Brother Shang is a magnanimous person, please don't be angry with me. Shang Qingyun was angry. I really didn't mean that. If you didn't mean that, does that mean you agreed? Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun and walked out. I was afraid that I had offended you just now. I didn't even go out for a drink. I used to be quite straightforward. Shang Qingyun was speechless. You didn't do that before. Sigh, who cares if he was straightforward or not? Anyway, Brother Shang, you have to give me some face today. I finally wanted to drink some wine, but there's no one to accompany me. Don't you think this is infuriating? I have prepared 300 years of drunk plum blossom. As Jiang Zhangbin pulled Shang Qingyun out, he yelled, you people, you're all good at work. Don't slack off. Even if you slack off, don't get caught. I've dragged your head chief out for a drink. You're on your own now. Those who need to sleep, go to sleep. Those who need to skip work and go home to see their wives, go see your wives. I can only help you to this point. I can't do more. Shang Qingyun was speechless as she was dragged away. She shook her head and sighed. Chief Jiang, I really have something to do. 300 years of drunk plum blossom. I have prepared 10 bottles. Jiang Zhangbin stopped and raised 4 fingers. Tonight, we will only drink 4 bottles. As for the remaining 6 bottles, I will bring them all back for you. What? Do you want? Don't give me that. Let me ask you, am I a good friend? Am I a good friend? Jiang Zhangbin raised his head proudly. Brother Shang, my face is in your hands. Either you give me face or you give me a slap in return. I will turn around and leave immediately. Shang Qingyun was at a loss. Chief Jiang, you. It's fine, come on. I will turn around and leave with a slap. I will not look for you to drink in the future. Even if you invite me to drink, I will not come. How about it? Let's cut off all ties and never talk to each other again. Jiang Zhangbin stretched out his face. Brother Shang, Brother Shang. Come. Do you want to fight? If you don't want to fight, then accompany me for a drink. If you fight, then I will slap you. Shang Qingyun finally relented helplessly and smiled bitterly. I have long heard that Chief Jiang of Star Shield is a rascal. I did not expect this rascal to stick to me today. Forget it, let's go, I will accompany you for a drink. Sigh, this is my good brother. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly and puffed out his chest. Everyone in front, move aside. What are you looking at? I am talking about you, and you, and you, and you. All of you move aside. The chief executive is out on patrol, whoever he bumps into will be unlucky. Shang Qingyun frowned and followed behind him. Her face was full of helplessness. Keep your voice down. I am happy today, so I must be loud. I will say this even in front of the governor. Jiang Zhangbin looked up and laughed. This life is too bitter, too tiring, too troublesome. When is the best time? It is when to drink. Wine is a treasure that has existed for thousands of years. Brother Shang, do you know why wine is an ancient treasure? Shang Qingyun smiled. I would like to hear Chief Zhang's wise words. Before I drank wine, I was just a small bureau chief. No matter who I saw, I had to nod and bow my head. But, I had to do it for you. After drinking wine. Jiang Zhangbin laughed loudly. Don't talk about Star Shield. Phoenix City, Central Plains. Ha ha ha, even Astral Souls is mine. Mine. Shang Qingyun finally could not help but laugh. Chief Jiang, you are really a sentimental person. Of course, otherwise, how can I be friends with Brother Shang? Jiang Zhangbin smiled and suddenly became serious. Brother Shang, we have known each other for a long time. What do you think of me when you first met me? What kind of person do you think I, Jiang Zhangbin, am? When we first met. Shang Qingyun could not help but be brought back to her memories. Her gaze was distant as she said. That should be 19 years ago, right? Yes, it was a spring 19 years ago. It was an unusually cold spring and it was snowing. We met in the snow for the first time. When I saw you, I felt that the big brother of my life was here. What about you? Jiang Zhangbin recalled and asked with a smile. Chapter 202. Shang Qingyun's face was a little twisted as she said, I really don't remember the details. I only remember that 19 years ago, a little fatty stood in front of me. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was blowing. Then, I realized that the top of the little fatty's head was already empty. At that time, my eyesight was not good, so I thought. The snowflakes that fell on the little fatty's head did not melt. When I took a closer look, I realized that he was already bald. The smile on Jiang Zhangbin's face suddenly froze. Brother Shang. You. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding, kidding. Shang Qingyun laughed loudly. She finally made a joke of Jiang Zhangbin. She was in a good mood and spoke more. I booked a small restaurant in front. It's a place that I often go to. The food is not bad. Jiang Zhangbin pointed forward and sighed. Brother Shang, I'm such a high-ranking official. It's uncomfortable to go to those high-end places. I can't even take a photo. Sigh. Besides, it's even more uncomfortable to eat for free. Am I, Jiang Zhangbin, the kind of person who can't afford to eat cheap food? Shang Qingyun's face was calm. She did not comment. Besides, I'm such a high-ranking official. How can I eat for free? Those people are just looking down on me. Jiang Zhangbin snorted and patted his chest. I'm a model of righteousness, a model of self-restraint, and a model of honesty and integrity. Sigh. Shang Qingyun sighed. She felt that this guy was really talkative. So, I just asked someone to book this roadside farmhouse. Jiang Zhangbin whispered into Shang Qingyun's ear. This restaurant is actually opened by my brother-in-law's brother-in-law. He. Brother Shang, please take care of me in the future. Shang Qingyun was instantly annoyed. She reached out and poked him a few times. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time, you were waiting for me here. Don't worry about eating here. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the small restaurant. Jiang Zhangbin pushed open the door and walked in. He said in a hoarse voice, Liuzi. Liuzi. How are the dishes? They're ready. They've been ready for a long time. A young man wearing an apron ran out with a smile. Brother Jiang, I've been preparing this meal for 3 days. Bullshit. 3 days ago, I didn't even know that I was coming here to eat. Besides, how can the ingredients you prepared 3 days ago still be fresh? Jiang Zhangbin mercilessly exposed him. Don't try this on me, you brat. I'm telling you, if the dishes tonight taste bad, I'll revoke your license. Oh my. Since you're here, of course it's delicious. The young man laughed and said, if it doesn't taste good, you don't have to revoke my license. You can just kill me and leave them some food to eat. Brat, you only know how to smooth talk. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and said, let's go to the room. Today, your brother Jiang is rich and overbearing. I will directly book this small restaurant of yours. Don't receive any other guests. Let me tell you, both of us are experts. If we get drunk and go crazy, the others won't be able to withstand our punches and kicks. This is the truth, don't take it lightly. All right. The young man quickly agreed, Brother Jiang, since you're here, of course I have to serve you wholeheartedly. As for the others. Who are they? I don't know you, ha ha ha. Get lost. Hurry up and cook. You only know how to be obedient. Jiang Zhangbin laughed and scolded. Shang Qingyun said indifferently, no wonder no one comes to eat in this restaurant. So, you booked the whole place. I must book the whole place if I want to treat Brother Shang to a drink. Jiang Zhangbin patted his chest and laughed, but I'm also considered a big shot. Hee hee. Immoral. Shang Qingyun finally couldn't help but laugh and scold him. She followed Jiang Zhangbin into the room. In fact, the moment Jiang Zhangbin entered the room, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. But what exactly did he forget? Before Jiang Zhangbin could think about it, Shang Qingyun had already entered. Jiang Zhangbin didn't have time to think about what he had forgotten. He began to serve her attentively to ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. But that inexplicable feeling in his heart was still lingering. What exactly did I forget? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Jiang Zhangbin suddenly remembered. He slapped his thigh and said involuntarily, it's bad, it's bad. Shang Qingyun couldn't help but feel puzzled. She looked up and asked, what's bad? Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of regret. He sighed and said, it's bad. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Previously, in order to be safe, he had asked the old principal to take a look at his qi, hoping to have a rough estimate of the results of this battle. The old principal recommended Zhuo Xiaoduo and was full of praise for him. And he had been so busy gathering the manpower for this battle that he didn't even have time to eat. He had forgotten to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo to take a look at his qi and physiognomy that the old principal had clearly reminded him of this several times. He actually forgot. But now, he was facing Shang Qingyun. At this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. How could he not release it? It was too late. I only thought about drinking and forgot that I still have something to deal with in the station. Jiang Zhangbin forced a smile, but it's already so late. I can only forget about it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Come, Brother Shang, let's have another round. But he was still sighing in his heart. What should he do about this? Suddenly, he felt uneasy just as Shang Qingyun and Jiang Zhangbin began to drink. Zhuo Xiaoduo's family also started to eat. Sister Nian, did you remind Teacher Mu? Yes, I did. I said it several times. Well, that's good. Although the unexpected disaster is not light, as long as we avoid it in advance, we can turn the misfortune into a blessing. Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed a steamed bun and chewed like a hungry ghost. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yuding had only picked up some food with her chopsticks. She didn't even have time to swallow it. Zhuo Changlu was still savoring the taste of the wine in his throat. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already eaten 12 steamed buns. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes curved into crescents, and he only had one thought in his mind. Sua Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other, speechless. They could only sigh softly. In the future, the two of us will be professional pig farmers. Wu Yuding brought over another bowl of steamed buns for her son, shaking her head and sighing. Yuding, you think too highly of pigs. Sua Changlu squinted. Pigs, how can they eat so much? Ha! Sua Xiaonian finally couldn't help laughing out loud. And at this moment Sua Xiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his entire body was unnaturally stiff. His eyes were bulging out, and his two hands were pressing down on the table. The steamed bun in his mouth was so big that his cheeks were like a toad. He couldn't even chew. What's wrong? Wu Yuding was shocked when she saw this and blurted out. Sua Xiaoduo's expression was very strange. His brows were tightly knitted. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was full of steamed buns. He couldn't speak for a long time. This isn't sudden diarrhea, is it? Wu Yuding was surprised and then said, Sua Xiaoduo, I'm telling you, if you really have diarrhea, go to the toilet quickly. Don't disgust people at the dinner table. Sua Xiaonian became more and more overjoyed. She was about to laugh. Sua Xiaoduo maintained this strange posture for a full half a minute. Finally, he relaxed a little. He chewed the steamed bun in his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. Then he said, what a trap. That nuisance came suddenly again without any warning. How can I be on guard? Wu Yuding and Sua Xiaonian's faces immediately became interesting when they heard this. Sua Xiaonian's face was red, but it wasn't appropriate to hit him at this moment. She could only roll her eyes and look at them one by one. She said, are you controlling your genuine qi to not break through the bridge of heaven and earth? Are you stimulating your dantian? Yes. Ah. That feeling was still coming in waves. Sua Xiaoduo was already having a hard time holding on, but he was still very hungry. He could only grab the steamed bun and chew it slowly. One steamed bun could be eaten in more than 20 seconds. This eating speed was still very fast for ordinary people, but for Sua Xiaoduo, it was definitely the slowest eating speed in his history of eating. It was definitely the first time. How many times has it been? Sua Xiaonian asked curiously. I don't remember the exact number, but it has been more than 10 times. Sua Xiaoduo looked at his arm. He could feel that his dantian had turned into a balloon that could explode at any time. All the meridians in his body seemed to be swollen. However, from the outside, there was still nothing strange about it. More than 10 times. Sua Xiaonian said thoughtfully. Sister, how many times did you hold it in at that time? Sua Xiaoduo asked as he struggled with the genuine qi in his body and ate. At that time, Sua Xiaonian rolled her eyes and said, many, many times. I don't remember the exact number. Who would remember that for no reason? Many, many times. Sua Xiaoduo instinctively understood that it was far more than the number of times he was doing now. He couldn't help but work harder. I'm already so far behind Nian Mai. If I can't even surpass her in this, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with her in the future. Teacher Qin had repeatedly said that the more innate meridians unblocking, the better it would be for the body, and the more foundation one would accumulate. As he thought of this, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared and suppressed all the agitated spiritual qi back into his dantian. The moment this torment came to an end, Sua Xiaoduo suddenly felt relaxed. He grabbed the steamed bun again and ate it crazily. His eating speed was even faster than before. Sua Xiaonian's eyes were curved as she held a bowl of porridge. She was eating the porridge one spoonful at a time. A few strands of hair fell down, reflecting on her delicate and almost transparent cheeks. She stared at the porridge and thought to herself, I'm not going to tell him that I only suppressed it 7 or 8 times in total. Let this kid hold it in. Anyway, the longer he holds it in, the better. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you very much. Chapter 203. By the way, Nyan Cat, have you reached the breakthrough point? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I reached it a long time ago. I reached it a few months ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have planned to break through earlier. Zhuo Xiaonian was a little distressed. Huh? In the past few months, every time my vital qi surged to break through, it would mysteriously end without any effect and then return to my dantian. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and smiled. Mine is much easier than yours. Because I don't need to control it at all, it will return to my dantian on its own. Then, the capacity of my dantian will naturally expand due to the counterforce. Waiting for the next breakthrough, I will hone it again and again, endlessly and continuously. Zhuo Xiaoduo said enviously, you are at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Do you still need to accumulate so much to break through to the origin elixir realm? How many times have you broken through now? Not many. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled. In the past few months, I have only broken through about 20 times. When I can really break through, it will probably be about 40 times. 40 times. Hearing this number, Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. For a moment, he was so envious that his eyes turned blue. She didn't need to control it at all and was naturally suppressed by the Phoenix Meridian. Compared to him, it was more than 100,000 times easier. What's more, every time they failed to break through, their true yuan qi would return to their dantian and directly enter the next primitive accumulation. Unlike him, every time he drove his true yuan qi back, it was so difficult that it was as if he wanted to poop his pants. If that was the case, when Zhuo Xiaonian really broke through to the origin elixir realm, she would immediately have the combat power to fight against some nascent soul transformation practitioners. This was simply cheating. Not only Zhuo Xiaoduo, but even Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu secretly exchanged glances when they heard this. Practitioners before the embryonic breathing realm were only afraid that their progress in breaking through would not be fast enough. Most of them, as long as they had the chance to break through, would break through in one go regardless of anything else. Who would think of accumulating? Even if there were such peerless geniuses, they would only accumulate 3 to 5 times under the care of their masters and elders. They would always worry about delaying their own progress and would continue to work on breaking through. Someone like Zhuo Xiaonian, who had actually accumulated the strength to break through the Dan primordial core in the embryonic breathing realm, had never been seen or heard of before. Is this the effect of the power of heaven and earth? Zhuo Changlu's face was calm, as if he didn't understand, but the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. Wu Yuding's self-control was slightly weaker, but the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. After being glared at by Zhuo Changlu, she came to her senses and hurriedly restrained herself. However, she immediately felt indignant. She grabbed her spoon and pointed it at Zhuo Changlu. Why did you glare at me just now? Zhuo Changlu looked up. You glanced at me just now. Wu Yuding glared at him. I was wrong. Zhuo Changlu readily admitted his mistake and raised his hands in surrender. I'll buy you a bag tomorrow. Humph. While Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian did not feel anything strange, they were still choked by this sudden display of affection. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still afraid that the feeling of breaking through would come again, so he tried his best to increase his eating speed. Naturally, he no longer cared about his manners and stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth one after another. After eating a total of 70 steamed buns, Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out his hand to grab more. He realized that he had already eaten a lot of steamed buns, so he still cherished the steamed buns on the steamer and ate them. He picked up the bowl of soup, raised his head, and ate. It was a pity that he still didn't feel full even after eating for a while. Zhuo Xiaonian sighed and pulled out half a gazelle from the space ring again. Here. He. Zhuo Xiaoduo cheered and took the gazelle. With one bite, half of the gazelle's butt was gone. Zhuo Changlu looked melancholy. He said to Wu Yuding, buy 2 more stoves tomorrow. I'll also buy 2 big pots and steamers for steaming steamed buns. Wu Yuding nodded silently. Also, buy 30 to 40 bags of flour. It'll be enough to last us for half a month. Zhuo Changlu nodded. He sighed softly. With this appetite. If he keeps eating like this for the rest of his life, I'm afraid that even Meng Tianyue would go bankrupt because of him. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Changlu innocently and said, Dad, you're exaggerating. I can only eat a little. It's not that bad. Hee. Eat as much as you can. Zhuo Changlu patted his son's shoulder and said lovingly, Son, if you can really eat until I go bankrupt, I think the astral souls will sink. Dad is mighty. Awesome Kalas. Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered him at the right time. Zhuo Xiaonian chuckled. After eating half of the gazelle, Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his stomach comfortably and leaned back in his chair. He said contentedly, I'm finally full for once. Sister Nian, how can you keep eating your own food? You have so many suitors, haven't you treated them recently? This guy was obviously thinking about freeloading. However, Zhuo Xiaonian's face suddenly became serious. She revealed her sharp canine teeth and said, Damn it. He. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. I really don't. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately admitted defeat. His cowardice was so logical and natural. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, that very strange feeling rushed over him again like a tsunami. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body immediately stiffened. His eyes bulged and his legs almost instinctively clamped together. His whole body once again straightened in the chair and stopped moving. Ha. Zhuo Xiaonian was overjoyed when she saw this. She laughed for a long time. While laughing, she suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. Her right eyelid twitched violently and kept twitching. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't know why this happened. Her face changed greatly. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Nian, what's wrong? Zhuo Xiaonian murmured, I don't know what's going on. I suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. My heart felt uncomfortable. My right eyelid kept twitching. This has never happened before. This is telepathy? Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly widened. Xiaoduo. Zhuo Changlu shouted, hurry up and take a look at your sister Nian. For the entire day, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been fighting with the true Yuan Qi in his body almost all the time. It was so hard that he wanted to die. At this critical moment, the spirit Qi in his body surged endlessly. Zhuo Xiaoduo pushed back wave after wave with great difficulty. What kind of feeling was that? It was as if a mountain-like tide was rushing towards a dam that was completely made up of loose sand. It couldn't stop the water. As long as it reached the dam would definitely collapse. What Zhuo Xiaoduo had to do now was to push back all the tide. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. At this moment, when he heard Zhuo Changlu's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head with difficulty and said word by word, Dad. It's okay. I read Sister Nian's face every morning. When he turned his head and saw Zhuo Xiaonian's face, he was shocked by what he saw. Fuck. The black gas on Zhuo Xiaonian's face had condensed into a shape. Her face was so ugly that it had never been seen before. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked and his state of mind suddenly changed. He pushed back the surging true yuan and stood up abruptly. What's going on? Where did this murderous aura come from? Zhuo Xiaonian said blankly, murderous aura. Me? It's not you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said flatly, it should be the people closest to you. But the people closest to you are all here. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head to look at Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding and found that the two were fine. They were still as peaceful as ever. He rushed to the mirror to look at his face and was shocked to find that his face was exactly the same as Zhuo Xiaonian's. The black gas had almost condensed into a solid form. This was clearly a sign that a disaster was about to befall one's loved ones. But all of his loved ones were here. Then, who else could it be? Zhuo Xiaoduo's brain was working to the extreme at this moment. He immediately listed out the candidates, Hu Ruoyan, Qin Fangyang, and He Yuanyue. One of the three must be in trouble. Something big must happen. And the closest person to Zhuo Xiaonian, besides her family, could only be Mu Yanyan. But if they were in trouble at the same time, Hu Ruoyan's cultivation was obviously far from the level of being in trouble together with Mu Yanyan. Then there was only one person left. Qin Fangyang. In just 1 second, Zhuo Xiaoduo figured it out. It's Teacher Qin and Teacher Mu who are in trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned to look at Zhuo Xiaonian. Didn't you inform Teacher Mu? The white tiger evil spirit came from the southeast. How could something happen? Zhuo Xiaonian was flustered. You've already informed them. You've really informed them. I could hear the sadness and panic in Master's voice at that time. That kind of helplessness was real. He must have realized something. How could? No. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately called Qin Fangyang. But the number was dialed, but there was no signal. Zhuo Xiaonian also immediately called Mu Yanyan. But no matter the new number or the original number, she couldn't get through. I'll go out and take a look. Stop. You're not allowed to go. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared. The situation now is that both of them are in danger. Even they can't deal with the crisis. With your cultivation, you'll just die if you go. You won't be of any help. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. How could this happen? How could such a crisis suddenly happen? That's completely impossible. There were no signs at all. I just separated from Teacher Qin yesterday. Even if it was an emergency, I should have seen some clues. How could I not see it at all? Could it be that this emergency involves someone who is far beyond the scope of my ability to read faces? But such a person. Where in Phoenix City can there be such a person? Who else? Whose cultivation is much higher than Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin's, and who is in Phoenix City? Then now, the only thing I can do is to ask for help. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like an ant on a hot pan. He hurriedly called He Yuanyue. The only master he could think of now was Sister Lan, who was by He Yuanyue's side, who could help. Chapter 204. Grandma He, is Grandma Lan here? Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was extremely urgent. She's not here. She went out with Qin Fangyang to do something. He Yuanyue heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's tone and immediately responded, giving him more detailed information. It's over. Since Sister Lan was with Qin Fangyang, it was certain that he couldn't get through to her phone. He Yuanyue asked anxiously, what's the matter? The situation is very wrong now. No, it's extremely dangerous. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, what are they doing? He Yuanyue straightened up in shock. What are they doing? You don't know. Should I know? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also shocked. No one came to you today. He Yuanyue's voice changed. No. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked anxiously, what's going on? Why did it change so much? If you don't know what's going on, why did you call me? I saw Sister Nian Nian's face just now. Suddenly, a black aura rushed to my head. The people closest to my master are about to die. So. He Yuanyue hung up and fell to the ground silently. It's over. He Yuanyue struggled to stand up, but fell to the ground with a thud. Tears flowed out of her eyes. It's over. If Sister Lan, Teacher Qin, Teacher Mu, and the others are working together and their lives are in danger at the same time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was extremely serious. Then in Phoenix City, who else can help? There's no one else. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. Then what should we do? Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled his hair. But now, we don't know anything. The worst thing is, we don't have anyone to help us. For the first time, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt powerless. Previously, even when they were attacked by the No Alliance, Zhuo Xiaonian still came to their rescue. Even in the face of Mu Yunfeng's assassination, he still had Qin Fangyang's help. But now, a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared. He was truly powerless. Manpower. Zhuo Chenglu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes. There is. The siblings turned to look at Zhuo Chenglu at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhuo Chenglu didn't say anything. He walked into the study and wrote a note. Shao Nian, hurry up and find your blacksmith Uncle Wu as fast as you can. Give this note to him and ask him to come to the rescue immediately. Uncle Wu. Yes, it's him. Go quickly. All right. The Zhuo Xiaonian didn't hesitate. She grabbed the note and turned into a cold white light, flying out of the window. Although Zhuo Xiaonian did not know what the Uncle Wu that her father mentioned was useful or not, at this moment, she could only try her best. Go home as soon as you deliver the note. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran to the window and yelled, that's not a place you can go. Outside the window, the wind was whistling and the rain was drizzling. The world was damp. He didn't know if Zhuo Xiaonian heard him, but she was already far away. In the distance, there was already a tremor. It seemed that masters had begun to fight. Dad. Uncle Wu. Can he do it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked worriedly as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with a focused gaze. If your Uncle Wu can come in time, he can turn the situation around. Zhuo Chenglu sighed softly. I'm just afraid. He can't come in time. When masters fight, life and death are decided in an instant. Even if it's just a second. It's enough to decide life and death thousands of times. If he can't help in time, no matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and thought. I can see the fortune and misfortune of people, but why can't I see it this time? I clearly saw Teacher Qin this morning. Zhuo Chenglu couldn't answer Zhuo Xiaoduo's question. Because he didn't know anything about this line of work. This matter is too strange. It's unbelievable and inexplicable. On the other side. In the Jiu restaurant. Jiang Zhangbin was still drinking with Shang Qingyun. At this moment, 4 bottles of drunk plum blossom had been emptied. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes were a little hazy. At this moment, someone's voice came from outside. Where's the boss? Prepare 2 dishes and drink some wine. It feels good to drink some wine in the drizzle. The person who spoke had a strong voice and was full of vitality. Shang Qingyun's eyes, which had always been indifferent, flickered. The boss's voice sounded. I'm sorry, boss. The restaurant is closed today. Closed? Why are you opening the door if you're closed? Aren't there people eating here? Why, are you afraid we don't have money? No, it's really not. Today, our restaurant has been booked by the boss inside. Booked? How fucking unlucky. How can there be such a lousy restaurant in such a lousy place? The people outside started cursing. Where did this poor bastard come from? How dare he learn how to book a restaurant? If he has money, he should go to the city center and book a big hotel. What kind of rich person is he to book a small restaurant? Even if he wants to show off, he shouldn't do it like this. He should be pretending to be an idiot, right? How is this pretending to be an idiot? He's just an idiot. How fucking unlucky. What's wrong with the world now? Strange things happen every time we go out. This idiot came to this place to book a restaurant. We just want to have a meal and we have to encounter such a strange thing. This is fucking doggone. The people outside scolded more and more harshly. The boss's voice was persuading them. Big brother, big brother. Keep your voice down. The person inside is a big shot. Fuck him. A big shot. He's a big shot just because he booked a restaurant. That voice walked in while cursing. I want to see what kind of big shot he is today. He came to the middle of nowhere to book a restaurant. Who has such a high status to be a big shot in the eyes of the boss of a small restaurant? The footsteps were actually coming towards the room. Jiang Zhangbin's face was full of anger and murderous intent. He muttered, "Where did these two idiots come from? How dare they disturb my mood?" Shang Qingyun's thin face didn't change. She quietly placed her fingers on the table. With a bang, the door was pushed open. "Who is it? How can you be so thick-skinned?" A tall, thin man appeared at the door with a face full of hostility. "Is it fun to book a restaurant here? If you're so rich, why don't you go to the Arctic snow mountain and book a restaurant for fun?" Jiang Zhangbin slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "Bastard, can't you see that there's someone in the room? Is this your upbringing? Don't you know basic manners?" He. The thin man sneered. "I've never shown any restraint to people who want to show off when they have no money. Fatty, you're the one who booked the restaurant. Come. I'll teach you what it means to book a restaurant. I'll give you a chance to show what restraint is." Jiang Zhangbin roared angrily, "Bastard." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed over like a whirlwind. He raised his hand and slapped the thin man's face. The thin man raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Zhangbin's hand. He said contemptuously, "Just this strength? You actually dare to book a restaurant? Big shot. Ha. Go play somewhere else." With a shake of his hand, he actually threw Jiang Zhangbin's entire body out. He used a lot of strength. Before Jiang Zhangbin could stop cursing, he was already thrown into the rain. He didn't know how far he flew. Shang Qingyun raised her head indifferently and stood up slowly. She looked at the thin man in front of the door and said indifferently, "Sir, you've gone too far. Fuck you, old bastard. You can't be a good person as a guest. Why? Pretending to be calm in front of me?" The thin man laughed loudly. "You're not fucking qualified." Shang Qingyun smiled faintly and moved her neck. She said indifferently, "It seems that you want to fight. Come, old thing, I'll let you see what it means to fight." The thin man suddenly rushed up like a whirlwind and slapped repeatedly. Yes, it was slapping repeatedly. In an instant, there were at least hundreds of slaps. Looking at this posture, he wanted to slap Shang Qingyun until she fainted. Shang Qingyun snorted. Starlight flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and a bamboo chopstick had already pierced through the thin man's palm. Blood dripped out. She completely ignored the palm shadows in the sky and directly pierced through with the chopstick. The thin man didn't care about this change. He was shocked and somersaulted out. He shouted sternly, "It's hard to deal with." Looking at the bamboo chopstick that pierced through his palm, his eyes were already dignified to the extreme. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. This thin man, Yang Yu, was at the intermediate level of cloud transformation. His strength was above Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan and Sister Lan. His hand had almost been cultivated to the point of being indestructible. Even if an expert of the same level fought with his weapon, his bare hand could still withstand the opponent's weapon. But now, it was pierced through by a bamboo chopstick. If he didn't experience it himself, he would only think of this as a big joke. But now, there was only a big shock. What was this Shang Qingyun's cultivation? How could it be so sharp? At this moment in the night sky, there was suddenly a flash of brilliance. A dazzling sword light came in a trance. It was unimaginably fast and indescribably gorgeous. It was like the sun had suddenly appeared, and with unparalleled power, it rushed at an extremely fast speed. Its target was Shang Qingyun. In just a flash, it was already in front of Shang Qingyun. Qin Fangyang, masked, attacked. Body and sword as one. Shang Qingyun's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. She opened and closed her skinny palm and slapped out horizontally. With a muffled boom, Shang Qingyun's body swayed. But with a muffled groan, Qin Fangyang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The sword in his hand directly broke into 17 or 18 pieces. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat and he almost spat it out. Qin Fangyang's heart was already filled with a huge shock. What kind of person was Jiang Zhangbin going to deal with this time? Chapter 205. Qin Fangyang had used all his strength to test the waters, and the other party had only casually slapped out with his palm, causing the sword to be destroyed and the person to be injured. This kind of cultivation was absolutely earth-shattering and shocking. At the right moment, sword and knife light, all kinds of lights flashed. The entire restaurant flew up into the air with a loud boom. More than 10 rays of light that were faster and sharper than lightning came from all directions, from the sky and on the ground, attacking at the same time, aiming at Shang Qingyun. Facing such a lineup, even Shang Qingyun couldn't help but be shocked. So many people. Could it be a premeditated attack? But it didn't seem like it. Shang Qingyun took a deep breath. Just as she was about to make a move to deal with the enemy, her expression suddenly changed. She raised her thin head and looked in the direction where Jiang Zhangbin had flown out in bewilderment. His gaze immediately turned into extreme hatred. At this moment, when he breathed in, he actually felt that the inner yuan qi in his body that was like the waves of the sea had slowed down. The sea was still turbulent, but it was sealed with a layer of ice. He couldn't rush out. An inexplicable force had blocked the energy in his dantian. Poison. The only explanation for such a situation was that it was poisonous. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible. Shang Qingyun's gaze suddenly became extremely furious. So all of this was a trap. A killing trap. And also at this moment, the weapons of the 12 people attacked his body at the same time. Shang Qingyun shouted angrily, his face instantly becoming incomparably malevolent as he shouted, Jiang Zhangbin. His voice was like thunder, exploding suddenly. The 12 people who attacked felt pain in their ears, but were glad that they had succeeded. The attacks from 12 different directions were already close to him. Even if the other party had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth, there was no way he could avoid it. But they were wrong. Shang Qingyun's entire body, at the moment when their attacks were about to reach him, a large amount of inner yuan qi like clouds appeared all over his body. With a boom, it exploded in all directions. This scene was like a super bomb that had suddenly exploded on the spot. An unprecedented tyrannical force was pushed out in all directions from the center point. The 12 of them simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their eyes due to the shock wave. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Their hair and robes fluttered in the air at the same time. However, the 12 experts did not care. The weapons in their hands stabbed forward with all their might. They had already made contact with Shang Qingyun's body, and the tips of their weapons had already pierced into her skin. However, that was it. No matter how hard the 12 experts tried, they couldn't push the tip of the weapon forward by even a millimeter. Shang Qingyun raised his head and roared furiously. His entire body was suffused with a strange blue luster. His beard and hair stood on end as he roared furiously, Jiang. Grow. Bin. The 13 of them fell into a strange stalemate. The 12 of them hovered in the air, maintaining the state of being one with the sword. The person in the center seemed to be glowing from head to toe. He raised his head to the sky and roared. White and blue light constantly burst out from his body, resisting the attacks of the 12 people. The 12 experts joined forces and went all out, but they couldn't pierce the target's body with their weapons. As the stalemate continued, more and more blue light emerged from Shang Qingyun's body. Her aura also became stronger and stronger. This is Zhu Wu's golden body technique. Among the 12, Han Song, who had the highest cultivation, shouted, "Qin Fang Yang. Quickly take action. We must break this stalemate as soon as possible. The golden body technique has sealed everything. We can't get away. Once the poison is forced out by Shang Qingyun, we will." Needless to say, the sword light that was sent flying earlier once again shone in the dark and rainy night. Although Qin Fangyang's sword was useless, he used the most extreme form of inner yuan to form a sword. Using the momentum of no return, the distance of 1,000 feet could be said to be non-existent. Swoosh! Shang Qingyun opened her arms and raised her head to the sky. Her feet were in the shape of the Chinese character. Her chest was exposed. At this moment, she was using all her strength to force out the poison, and using the golden body technique to restrain the 12 experts. She couldn't move at all. Qin Fangyang's sword, with a resolute attitude, used all his strength and ruthlessly stabbed into Shang Qingyun's chest. With a poof, even the tip of the sword went deep into her chest. Explode! Qin Fangyang roared and was about to flip out. The entire sword of inner yuan exploded in Shang Qingyun's chest. Shang Qingyun let out a loud cry. She no longer cared about the Jinshin de Fa and desperately threw a palm strike down on Qin Fangyang's body like lightning. Qin Fangyang used his injured body to forcefully destroy his lifetime's power and condensed all of his Zhen Yuan Qi into a Zhen Yuan sword. After the success of this sword strike, his body was already exhausted. His body, which was about to flip over, was hit directly by Shang Qingyun's palm strike. There was a loud bang. Qin Fangyang immediately let out a muffled groan, and the bones in his body crackled. It was clear that many of them were broken. His entire body flew out like a tattered rag doll, and disappeared in the night sky in a flash. Only the blood mist spurting out of Qin Fangyang's body was left in the air. His whereabouts were unknown, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At the same time, at the moment when the sword of inner yuan exploded, the 12 people attacking her all roared together. Kill! All their cultivation surged at the same time, suddenly exploding. The 12 divine weapons, maintaining their initial momentum, pierced into Shang Qingyun's body from different directions. Blood splattered. Shang Qingyun screamed miserably. Her last breath of blue gas was about to be spat out, but in the end, it was stuck in her neck, causing her entire neck to turn blue. Damn it! Ah! Shang Qingyun's body flashed with a golden light. Her body was as hard as steel. She suddenly locked all the weapons that pierced her body with her own body and spun like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, she turned into a huge whirlpool. Han Song once again warned, "Withdraw." Unfortunately, it was too late. Other than General Sun Bai, who had rich battle experience and was most sensitive to life and death situations, the Yunhua cultivators Han Song and Yang Yu had the highest cultivation and could pull out their long swords in time. Sister Lan also pulled out her weapon and brought Mu Yanyan out. The other people who participated in the attack all followed Shang Qingyun's body and turned. The weapons in their hands were all neatly broken into pieces in Shang Qingyun's body. A strong suction force came. It was as if Shang Qingyun had turned into a huge black hole at this moment. The rest of the people couldn't help but lean forward. Die! Shang Qingyun's eyes were like smoke black holes. Smoke lingered around her. Her 2 hands grabbed out like a whirlwind with the power of lightning. Poof! The long swords of the 2 Phoenix City Star Shield Masters had just been broken. They couldn't help but lean forward. They couldn't stop themselves. The first one to bear the brunt of Shang Qingyun's 2 hands was caught on the head in despair. He didn't even have time to scream. With 2 bangs, the brain juice burst out. Shang Qingyun's hands didn't stop. She directly grabbed and crushed all the flesh. The primordial spirit had just been condensed. It was completely too late to escape. It was already caught by Shang Qingyun in her hands. As she rubbed her palms together, a strange and inexplicable scream sounded. The primordial spirit turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. His body and spirit were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. 3 out of the 13 masters on her side were instantly reduced. Qin Fangyang was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 2 nascent soul masters of Star Shield were dead. The cultivation of these 2 people was at the bottom of all the people, but no matter what, they were real nascent soul cultivators. No one thought that they would be killed in an instant when they had a great advantage. Sister Lan and Mu Yanyan suddenly retreated 10 meters. Their faces were as pale as paper. Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices, however, groaned together. Like the 2 Star Shield Masters, their weapons were broken. With the broken life weapon, at this moment, their chests were as uncomfortable as rivers and seas, and they almost vomited blood. Mr. Chiu and General Sun Bai occupied the other side. General Sun Bai's blade was still dripping with blood, while Mr. Chiu only had a broken sword in his hand. His face was ashen. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were in the opposite position, were gloomy to the extreme. The shock in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. At this moment, there was only one impulse in their hearts: catch Jiang Zhangbin and beat him up. What kind of information was this? The strength of the Umno Alliance master in front of them was beyond their expectations. Not only had he reached the cloud transformation level, but he was also at the advanced stage of the cloud transformation level, close to the peak of the cloud transformation level. If it weren't for the opponent being unprepared and being poisoned before the battle, they wouldn't have been able to fight this battle. Even now, even though the opponent had been poisoned and had more than a dozen holes in his body, the situation was still not optimistic. On the other side, General Sun Bai spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face was distorted and he hated his brother, who was the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. It's been 20 years since I've finally returned home to visit my family, and you fucking gave me a job that I'm going to die for. I rarely encountered such a super master in the Sun and Moon Pass. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my turn to deal with him. You, Sun Fengho, are really my brother. You are my brother. You actually found such a person in the rear and asked me to deal with an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator. Who the fuck would believe you? In the blink of an eye, an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator became an advanced stage cloud transformation cultivator. Do you think our mother gave birth to too many of us? Or are you afraid that I will fight for your inheritance of the 2 bungalows and the courtyard? If I can go back alive this time, if I can't beat the shit out of you, I won't let you off. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Qingyun's face was ferocious. He walked out step by step. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With every step, he pulled out a section of the broken sword and saber from his body and threw them on the ground. Ding ding dang dang dang. After 7 steps, the 7 pieces of broken weapons that had pierced through his body were all taken out and thrown on the ground. As far as the eye could see, his body was still bleeding. But this time, the bleeding only lasted for a moment. Countless wounds began to shrink and heal automatically. Chapter 206. Even the large hole in his chest caused by Qin Fangyang's Zhen Yuan sword also showed signs of healing. Strands of silver-white sword qi, which was the sword qi of Qin Fangyang's lifetime of cultivation, were forced out by him bit by bit. They danced around him for a moment before falling down powerlessly. But his neck still had a strange blue luster. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Zhangbin. Shang Qingyun's voice was laced with bone-deep hatred. There was only one person Shang Qingyun hated the most at this moment. Jiang Zhangbin. This bastard, his acting is so damn good. He had always prided himself on being a cautious person. Today's sudden invitation had made him somewhat suspicious. But this bastard's acting was natural and smooth. Every joke he made was witty and witty. Every time he spoke to him, his words were from the bottom of his heart. His expression was sincere, and he confided in him. His true feelings were revealed. In the end, he really did not suspect this brat at all. But when he arrived, he still could not figure out when he was poisoned. This was simply unforgivable. Jiang Zhangbin's body appeared in the distance, trembling. Are you done yet? Fuck, you're still alive. His eyes widened to the size of goose eggs. How could he still be alive? Shang Qingyun looked at him coldly. Speak, when did you poison me? When did I poison you? Jiang Zhangbin laughed. Brother Shang, you can't accuse me wrongly. This little brother is completely sincere to you. Fuck your mother. Shang Qingyun let out a long cry. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Zhangbin, do you think you can get away with it? Let me tell you, none of the people who came tonight should think of leaving alive. Jiang Zhangbin rolled his eyes. What are you so arrogant for? You've been poisoned with vanishing cloud. How long can you last? Look at your blue neck. Blue eyes. Are you a blue-necked cobra? When they heard that it was vanishing cloud, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. This dispersing cloud powder was a famous poison. As the name implied, this thing was a poison specifically targeted at cloud transformation experts. After the target consumed it, their entire body would turn blue and their meridians would show signs of intermittent blockages. What's more, this kind of poison would slowly eat away at a cloud transformation realm expert's true yuan qi. Once struck, it would be extremely hard to get rid of. It was no wonder that Shang Qingyun did not dodge at the beginning, but instead used Zhu Wu's golden body. Because at that time, he couldn't move. He immediately sensed the threat of this poison and chose to expel it with all his strength. Cloud vanishing powder combined with plum blossom intoxication. All you need to do is add a drop of orchid fragrance liquid and it will be colorless, odorless, and formless. Jiang Zhangbin laughed maniacally. Brother Shang, my brother Shang, how do you feel now? Despicable scum. Shang Qingyun's snake-like eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Zhangbin. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lunged forward. Die! Shang Qingyun's voice was hoarse. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were directly opposite her, flew up to meet her. At about the same time, Teacher Qiu, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 4 fellow apprentices all surrounded her and attacked again. 10 people, each using their full strength, firmly entangled Shang Qingyun. For a moment, sword light flashed, flowing with brilliant colors. In the night sky, in the curtain of rain, Shang Qingyun, who was surrounded in the center, was like a large ball. Her whole body flashed with brilliant colors, constantly moving. East, west, north, south. However, the battle situation was as Han Song and Yang Yu had predicted. It was still not optimistic. The 10 experts were almost led by the nose by Shang Qingyun alone. Her body flashed continuously, and at one moment, there were several shadows of Shang Qingyun, twisting and turning in the battle. Wherever she went, she was swept away by the wind. With a bang, Shang Qingyun fiercely punched the blade of Sun Baijiang's sword. The long sword buzzed, and she almost hurt herself. Sun Baijiang retreated 7 steps. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the moment he spat out the blood, he immediately rushed up. Sun Baijiang was a person who came from the military. He had rich combat experience, and he was the leader of the people present. He was very clear that Shang Qingyun, at this moment, completely disregarded the consumption of her strength, and used the greatest strength she could muster to repel him. Then, she must have a big plan. Once there was a flaw on his side, it would only put the others in danger. Therefore, he couldn't care less about the unbearable feeling in his chest as he fearlessly rushed forward. There was no way he could give them this opportunity. Shang Qingyun's palm continuously collided with the swords of Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, and Yang Song. She tried her best to fight for a little shao space. Then, a hand suddenly stretched out, and suddenly became a dozen meters long, grabbing at Teacher Qiu like lightning. Teacher Qiu saw the ferocious attack, and hurriedly turned sideways, finally avoiding the vital part of his head. But the hand did not change its direction, and continued to fall. With a crack, Teacher Chiu cried out miserably. Half of his shoulder and arm had been grabbed by that hand, and fell off from his body as if he had been chopped by a knife. The others quickly came to help, but it was a pity that they did not have time to do anything to this hand. They saw the hand suddenly retract. This small gap caused Teacher Chiu to be seriously injured on the spot. The side of his shoulder that was hit was completely gone, and there was a strange white light surging on the wound, preventing it from healing. From the broken part, one could even see the internal organs constantly moving. Teacher Chiu took a dozen steps back and leaned against a big tree beside him. His face was pale, and he kept taking out pills and putting them into his mouth. On the other side, there were continuous banging sounds, and the tyrannical strength kept sweeping in all directions. The rumbling sounds were endless, and the few remaining houses around the Jiu shop also collapsed. But the two sides seemed to have teleported, and the moment the houses collapsed, they had collectively moved out. Bang! The two big persimmon trees at the entrance of the shop were directly broken at the waist, and the two huge treetops flew straight into the air. Jiang Zhangbin. Han Song felt that the situation was getting worse and worse, and shouted, "Go! Go as far as you can." Jiang Zhangbin, who was 1,000 feet away, heard the shout and ran away, without saying anything. "I've always been obedient in this matter. Where do you think you're going?" Shang Qingyun hated him to the bone, and would not let him escape. She took a palm from Mu Yanyan and a sword from Sister Lan, and flew up, chasing after Jiang Zhangbin. For a moment, her whole body was like a rainbow, and with blood dripping, she cut a fog-like path in the rain, chasing after Jiang Zhangbin. Han Song and Yang Yu simultaneously used the body and sword as one technique, and flew up to intercept her. As an Origin Core master, Jiang Zhangbin's speed was naturally not slow when he used his full strength. In a moment, he was already 1,000 feet away, but Shang Qingyun's speed was even faster, and was getting faster and faster. Behind her, Mu Yanyan shouted, and threw out her long sword, which turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Shang Qingyun's back. Shang Qingyun's left foot suddenly bent, and blocked. With a clang, Mu Yanyan's long sword flew back like a windmill. But because of this, Shang Qingyun's speed slowed down a little. It was also because of this slight difference that Han Song and Yang Yu used the body and sword as one technique to catch up, and made Shang Qingyun's speed slower and slower. At the same time, Jiang Zhangbin, who had escaped, had completely blended into the night, and his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the person she hated the most escape, Shang Qingyun roared, and punched and kicked, and her attacks were even more powerful than before. With a bang, Shang Qingyun's fist hit the blade of Yang Yu's sword, and the long sword involuntarily moved to the side. Yang Yu hurriedly tried to control it, but found that the long sword suddenly became extremely hot, and it was difficult for him to control it. This is Zhu Wu's burning sky technique. Yang Yu shouted, "Be careful, this guy knows the burning sky technique." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Zhu Wu's golden body technique. What was Shang Qingyun's identity in the Umno Alliance? How could she know so many secret techniques? Bang! 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 Shang Qingyun threw another 3 punches, and forced the 3 of them back. Rolling heat waves filled the air, and their mouths and noses froze. In this short period of time, Shang Qingyun flew up again with a soaring heat wave. This time, she was even faster, and flew in the direction Jiang Zhangbin had left. In the sky, I'll chase you to the numinous sky hall. In the sea, I'll chase you to the crystal palace. Shang Qingyun roared at the sky, his hair and beard fluttering. In the ground, I'll chase you to the 18th level of Sun Luo. Even if I become a wizard, I'll chase you to Sir Zhu Wu, and kill you. Jiang Zhangbin. You must die. The hatred in his heart had reached its peak. He had concealed his identity for so many years, just to wait here for his grand plan. In order to achieve his goal, he had even sacrificed 400,000 wolf bandits. Such a huge price, and for so many years without any action at all, had been destroyed by this fatty all of a sudden. The destruction came without any warning. It was so sudden that even now, Shang Qingyun could not figure out how she had been exposed. How did Jiang Zhangbin find out? This did not make any sense at all. Jiang Zhangbin's escape route could be said to be in a panic. He knew that under the guidance of the aura, he could only be safe if he ran out of the range of the aura's guidance. Just now, when he had narrowly escaped, he had exploded with extreme speed and fled for his life. Unfortunately, the sharp aura behind him was still like a maggot attached to a bone, chasing after him relentlessly. He could not stop at all. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Jiang Zhangbin fled forward with all his might. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. Below. These ruins, shouldn't it be a manor? But at this moment, Han Song's roar came from afar. Dodge quickly. Jiang Zhangbin did not have time to think. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body rolled continuously. He forcefully changed his direction, and abruptly moved 2,000 meters to the side. This move could be considered as a floating version of rolling on the ground 18 times, but it had a miraculous effect. Almost at the instant he left, an extremely tyrannical ball of true essence white light with a tinge of greenish-black exploded behind him with a rumble. With a loud boom, everything in front of him was changed beyond recognition under this blow. Although Jiang Zhangbin avoided the direct attack, he was still affected by the aftershocks. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood rushed up. His body was sent flying by the air wave, and he was no longer conscious. And the ruins below were the former Long family manor. The old site of the Long manor was completely turned into dust under this blow from Shang Qingyun. The ruins that covered dozens of acres instantly turned into a deep pit close to 100 acres. This blow from Shang Qingyun had obviously used a great deal of energy. His deep hatred for Jiang Zhangbin was obvious. It was also because of this that after being caught by Han Song and the others, he was actually at a disadvantage for a time. He dodged left and right, but could not charge out. But after a short while, following another long roar, the battle situation changed again. Among the stars of the Milky Way, there is one, the stars of eternity, lend me your light. Shang Qingyun's entire body was radiant with starlight. He soared into the sky and roared at the sky 1,000 feet high. His body suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight, extremely magnificent. At the right time, a dazzling starlight left his body, and directly reflected into the sky. Immediately, in the distant night sky, there was also a starlight that pierced through the rain and clouds, and directly shone on Shang Qingyun's body. In an instant, Shang Qingyun's entire person, as if he was glowing, spun rapidly in the air. The starlight that suddenly arrived also spun with him, spinning with him. An enormous and indescribable life force abruptly spread out. The whole sky was filled with intoxicating vitality, full of intoxicating starlight. And into Shang Qingyun's body. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. I can't finish it tonight, let's do it tomorrow. My stiff neck is so uncomfortable. Chapter 207. The moment the starlight shone on Shang Qingyun's body, the many wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blue light on his neck was fading rapidly. Even the vanishing cloud's poison was removed at the same time. This starlight was so powerful. It really is the Star Master. Han Song was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How can there be a Star Master here? This is clearly the Star Master's borrowing constellation technique that can only be used once in a lifetime. Han Song didn't believe Jiang Zhangbin's words about the possibility of it being the Star Master. How important was the Star Master's position? Why would he come to a small place like Phoenix City? But now, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The starlight was dazzling, and Shang Qingyun's body was still wrapped in starlight. He rushed down with unprecedented ferocity, his face ferocious, his long hair flying. As he pounced down, the surrounding trees on the ground all bent down neatly in all directions. He suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yu and shouted, "Kill!" Yang Yu was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the tip of a sword had pierced through his heart. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi burst out from his heart. With a boom, a fist-sized, transparent hole exploded in his heart. Who? Yang Yu roared to the sky and turned into a white mist, just like Shang Qingyun before. The white mist formed a human figure again, but Yang Yu's face was as white as paper. His body was on the verge of collapse, and there was a completely transparent hole in his chest. Inside, there was no longer a heart. This sudden and extremely sinister sword strike instantly severed all of Yang Yu's life force, a cloud transformation realm expert. He was completely unprepared for his comrade, who had been fighting side by side with him, to give him a fatal blow at this critical moment. Behind him, the person who delivered the fatal blow had a cold expression. "Second senior brother." Mu Yanyan screamed miserably. "Why is it you?" The other senior brothers were also in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The person who launched the sneak attack behind Yang Yu was Mu Yanyan's second senior brother. Duan Tianyu. Duan Tianyu asked indifferently, "Why not me?" Yang Yu staggered and clutched his chest, his face pale. "Why?" "No reason." Duan Tianyu said indifferently, "The one before you is my master. You wanted to kill my master, so why wouldn't I kill all of you?" Shang Qingyun, who was in the air, laughed loudly. "Tonight, none of you will leave." Han Song roared, "Brother Yang, leave immediately." If he could find a place to escape with his primordial spirit and start all over again, he would have a chance. "There is still a chance." Yang Yu sneered. "I've been a tyrant all my life, but I was set up by a little bastard tonight. If I don't take revenge, what's the point even if my soul survives?" Mu Yanyan's eldest senior brother had a serious look in his eyes as he shouted, "Duan Tianyu. Why are you doing this? How has the Dao sect wronged you?" Duan Tianyu chuckled coldly. "You're just a Bai Yan who climbed up the ranks based on your looks. What right do you have to ask me why? Die, you scoundrel." An afterimage flashed by, and Yang Yu had already charged toward Duan Tianyu. He was so fast that even Han Song couldn't react in time. Yang Yu didn't give the Dao sect people a chance to speak. They were already mortal enemies, so why ask why? It was completely meaningless. Duan Tianyu only felt his vision darken. Yang Yu, who was clearly on the brink of death, was already in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Star Lord. He flew up with all his might toward Shang Qingyun in the air. Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air, but didn't move at all. Duan Tianyu rushed up, but he was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, while Yang Yu was a true cloud transformation cultivator. The two of them had no chance of fighting one-on-one. Duan Tianyu only felt a chill in his chest. While he was in the air, Yang Yu's hand had already grabbed his heart out. Following that, his dantian was also crushed and destroyed. A wisp of his primordial spirit had just rushed out, but before it could form in the air, it was already caught by Yang Yu and stuffed into his mouth. He laughed sinisterly. "Little bastard, do you think you can still live?" Duan Tianyu's primordial spirit was destroyed. Yang Yu roared at the sky, his voice filled with determination. He turned to look at Shang Qingyun. "Why didn't you save your subordinate?" Throughout the entire process, Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air and didn't do anything at all, allowing this subordinate who had just helped him a great deal to be killed just like that. Colluding with others to attack the Star Lord is an unforgivable crime. "Even if you didn't kill him, I would have killed him," Yang Yu said indifferently. "But before you used the constellation life borrowing technique, he didn't know you were the Star Lord. It's only right that he attacked you together. He's already dead. Do you expect me to reason with him?" Shang Qingyun said indifferently. Your physical body is already decaying, but you're talking to me and using this time to lock onto me? Yang Yu, I know very well what you're trying to do. Let's see if you can succeed. With the constellation life borrowing technique, I'm immortal. Shang Qingyun laughed. Brother Yang, leave immediately. There's still a chance. Han Song looked up at Yang Yu in the air and said tearfully, brother. You've already taken your revenge. Hurry and leave. Yang Yu turned around in the air, a reluctant smile on his face. If I leave, all of you will really be dead. Brother, take care. He took one last look at his brother, then suddenly turned and roared at the sky. Star Lord, come. Let's go to the underworld hand in hand. Han Song suddenly burst into tears. The others also understood in their hearts. Shang Qingyun was now in perfect condition with the help of the constellation life borrowing technique. Their strength was really no match for him. Yang Yu wanted to use his last hope to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Yang Yu roared, and his entire body suddenly swelled like a balloon. He shot up into the sky like lightning and tangled with Shang Qingyun. Yang Yu, on the other hand, burned his own life essence spirit origin, turning everything he had into power. Even with Shang Qingyun's current speed and power, he still couldn't avoid him. With a loud roar, Shang Qingyun was actually hugged by Yang Yu. In the sky, Shang Qingyun cursed and hit Yang Yu hundreds of times consecutively. Yang Yu didn't dodge, only laughing loudly. Let's go. With a loud boom, Yang Yu's body suddenly exploded in the air. The unprecedentedly violent explosion instantly blew away the dark clouds in the sky. The clear sky for more than 100 miles revealed the clear night sky. In the air, Shang Qingyun's body was like a broken sack. He kept rolling in the air, roaring and yelling, but blood was flowing freely from all parts of his body. Even half of his neck was blown off. His chest, abdomen, limbs, shoulders, and even his head were all bleeding. But that beam of starlight that descended from the starry sky was still circling above his head, and a steady stream of power was still flowing into his body. All the injuries were rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the constellation life borrowing technique was actually so shocking. You self-destructed. Can you do anything to me? Shang Qingyun shouted crazily. As an expert, I'll fulfill your last heroic sacrifice on your last journey. So what? Bullshit. At such a close distance, under the lock of the self-destruction of the origin of life, do you think you can escape? Stop pretending to be a hero. Go. Han Song's face was full of tears and his eyes were bloodshot. We can't let him recover. We can't let him recover. If he recovers, Yang Yu's sacrifice will be in vain. Before he finished speaking, he roared and flew up with his sword. Mu Yanyan and the others also rushed up with red eyes. In the distance, sword light flashed. Qin Fangyang dragged his broken body over. Not only Qin Fangyang, but even Teacher Qiu also dragged his body that was missing half and joined the battle. Everyone knew that if they didn't kill the Star Lord, everyone present would die. Yang Yu's self-detonation was the last chance, and the only chance. Qin Fangyang, Mr. Qiu, Sun Baijiang, Han Song, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 3 senior brothers all rushed into the sky. Swords and sabers, fists and feet, all at the same time. At this moment, the 9 experts were all risking their lives and doing their best. In the sky, Shang Qingyun let out a long howl. His cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than anyone present here. But just now, Yang Yu's self-detonation had directly taken away half of his life. Even if he had the support of the constellation life borrowing technique to save his life, his combat strength was inevitably greatly reduced. Therefore, at this moment, under the siege of the 9 experts, he could only be beaten up and had no strength to fight back at all. But his vitality was really strong, and he was constantly injected with vitality by the starlight in the sky. As the battle continued, the more the 9 experts fought, the colder their hearts became. This was because Shang Qingyun was clearly constantly injured, but his body instead showed a kind of situation where it was slowly recovering. The sky was full of blood, almost all of which was Shang Qingyun's blood, but his body, under the illumination of the starlight, was becoming more and more complete. Gradually, he could even fight back. Then, his counterattacks became more and more powerful. Every punch and palm strike was as if it could split open a mountain. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang and Mr. Chiu were hit in the chest, and immediately fell from the sky with blood spurting out. The two of them were already seriously injured, and their physical strength was almost exhausted under the continuous fierce attacks. They were holding on with their last breath, and after being hit by the sudden counterattack, they were powerless and directly fell to the ground. The two of them leaned on each other on the ground, gasping for breath and trying their best to recover their physical strength. The two of them could not even fly, let alone fight. As long as Shang Qingyun found a gap, he would kill them with a raise of his hand, and there was no chance of luck. In the sky, the 7 people led by Han Song were circling around Shang Qingyun in a great battle. Everyone's hair was disheveled, and they were all in a sorry state. Even Sister Lan, who was always calm, was in a sorry state at this moment. Her face was pale. After a night of fighting, Sister Lan was also seriously injured, and was close to the point where she could not continue. However, under the illumination of the starlight, Shang Qingyun was fighting more and more bravely. Chapter 208. Bang! Mu Yanyan's senior brother groaned miserably. Shang Qingyun's palm hit him in the chest. At least 7 or 8 of his bones were broken, and he fell down with blood spurting out of his mouth. Han Song's face was mournful. He blocked at least 70% of Shang Qingyun's attack by himself, but his eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This battle, they lost to the point where they couldn't lose again. The others were also spurting out blood. Shang Qingyun was still recovering bit by bit under the starlight. On the other hand, the people on his side could only continue to be weakened. Under this situation, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Below, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chiu's faces were heroic. They supported each other and stood up with difficulty, looking up at the battle in the sky. They could clearly feel it and see the situation. Tonight, if there were no accidents, they would definitely die. Shang Qingyun would definitely not let go of anyone here. But even if they died, they would die standing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Fangyang said, Teacher Chiu, it's nice to meet you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late. Teacher Chiu smiled faintly. Qin Fangyang, my name is Chiu Yunshang. Don't forget it on the road to hell. People who don't remember their names will not be friends in the next life. Qin Fangyang laughed. As he laughed, blood spurted out of his mouth. Chiu Yunshang, not bad, I'll remember it. Chiu Yunshang smiled faintly, it's fine if I die. I only hate that I can't kill this demon. After you and I die, he will definitely stir up trouble in Phoenix City. I'm not satisfied. Qin Fangyang smiled and said absent-mindedly, but in the future, his identity has been exposed, and he can't be as calm as before. That's true. The starlight was still circling and supporting Shang Qingyun. Shang Qingyun's face had even begun to regain its rosy color. The poison had already been removed by the starlight. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Seeing that victory was in sight, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. You think you can take my life with just the likes of you? Suddenly, he roared. The starlight on his body was unprecedentedly bright, shining in all directions. Under the illumination of the starlight, his entire body soared into the sky. Watch my star transformation technique. Star transformation technique. Another No Alliance technique. Han Song's face changed dramatically as he muttered, "Brother Yang, it turns out that we came together and left together. I'm sorry. I can't take care of your family for you." Countless rays of starlight rapidly condensed in Shang Qingyun's hands. He raised his head and roared, waving his hands. The vast starlight in his hands transformed into a brilliant dragon. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, their ferocity soaring to the sky. Even if everyone joined forces, they would not be able to resist such power. This devil had already recovered his full cultivation. Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, Sun Baijiang and the others saw that the situation had come to this, but they regained their composure instead. They all smiled and looked at each other. There was only calmness in their eyes. We have known each other in this life, and we have no regrets in this life. Today, we will return together, and we will meet again in the next life. See you in the next life. Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that under this move, no one would be able to escape by luck. Down below, Qin Fangyang, who was barely holding on, laughed loudly. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that I, Qin Fangyang, would actually be able to leave first. It really makes me pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha. Other than Sister Lan, no one knew what she meant. However, no one was in the mood to pursue this matter. There was a sharp sound of wind in the air. Shang Qingyun was like an overwhelming devil, descending from the sky with unprecedented power. Go to hell. The starlight dragon whizzed down. At this moment, a very impatient voice said, "You called me here in such a hurry, just for this thing?" The voice was actually a little unhappy, as if it felt that it was a waste of talent. When everyone heard this voice in their despair, they were all stunned. What was this saying? The Umno Alliance's Star Lord Shang Qingyun's strength was tyrannical, and with the support of the constellation life borrowing technique, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was not any weaker than the peak of the Huayun realm. Looking at the entire Phoenix City, he was absolutely unparalleled. How did this person become a thing? However, at the same time that this sentence was spoken, the starlight dragon that was raging in the sky and rushing down suddenly froze in the air. It could not move at all. Then, they saw a big hammer break through the air and appear. Whoosh! The moment this big hammer appeared, it had already smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. This strike did not seem to be fast, and its power did not seem to be strong. Everyone could clearly see that this big hammer appeared in the air and then drew a semicircle arc in the air before smashing down on Shang Qingyun's head. Step by step, it was extremely clear. It looked as if even a child could easily dodge it. However, this hammer smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head solidly. Instantly. Poof! Shang Qingyun still had a savage smile on his face, and it did not disappear at all. However, his head was immediately smashed, and his brain juice burst out like a big watermelon smashed in the air. Countless amounts of blood bloomed in the surroundings like a flourishing flower. Thousands of peach blossoms bloomed in the sky. However, the hammer did not stop there. It crushed down all the way, and Shang Qingyun's smiling face instantly turned into nothingness. His chest was smashed, his shoulders collapsed, and his spine was clearly broken down. His lower abdomen, dantian. Thighs. The sledgehammer smashed all the way to the bottom of Shang Qingyun's feet like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All in all, this hammer smashed the complacent Shang Qingyun from his head all the way to his feet. Not to mention his life, even his primordial spirit was smashed by the hammer. Shang Qingyun, who was still acting high and mighty just a moment ago, didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into smithereens by this sudden and miraculous hammer strike. When his corpse fell to the ground, there was only a thin layer of round meat pancake the size of a teacup cushion left behind. Patter! The meat pancake fell to the ground. At this moment, Han Song, Mu Yanyan, Qin Fangyang, Sun Baijiang and the rest all opened their eyes wide and were collectively stunned. On the ground. Qin Fangyang and teacher Chiu looked at the meat pancake that fell in front of them, and their 4 eyeballs almost flew out. This was Shang Qingyun. Damn! What was this situation? Why was it so mythical? And the big hammer that suddenly appeared, as if no one cared about it, also fell from the sky and fell into the soil. Han Song was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky. Thank you for your help, senior. Before he could finish his words, he heard the voice, go quickly, get out of here quickly. The heavenly law's counterattack is coming. Before he finished speaking, the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. It was as if a person had suddenly been shocked, astonished, and stunned. Then, like a violent rage. With a whoosh, extremely thick dark clouds gathered rapidly from the distant horizon. With a whoosh, the entire process only took about a second, and the entire sky was filled with dark clouds that were as thick as a mountain. Han Song was shocked when he saw this, go quickly. He called everyone, pulled the injured, and fled outside as if their lives depended on it. It was also at this time that the dark clouds in the sky changed again, spinning rapidly, and immediately, a huge eyeball appeared. The eyeball was dozens of miles in size. The big eyeball hung in the sky, looking down and back. After a while, all of its attention was focused on the big hammer on the ground. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up, from the east to the west, connecting to the horizon, and concentrated in the dark clouds with a swoosh. In an instant, the entire dark cloud turned into a crystal ball that was filled with electricity. It was extremely resplendent. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down in unison. Every bolt of lightning was at least as thick as a water tank. It was really a real thunderbolt, real and not fake. Boom boom boom. Han Song, Mu Yen Yen, Sister Lan and the others had already flown thousands of feet away. Obviously, they were so far away, but they still felt dizzy, and then fainted from the shock. Even Han Song, who had the highest cultivation among them, only lasted for 2 breaths before following in the footsteps of his companions. His eyes rolled back as he fainted on the ground. The earth rumbled and trembled. Everyone's unconscious bodies were bounced up and down from the ground from time to time. Fortunately, the target of all the lightning was only one, and that was the big hammer that killed Shang Qingyun. They focused on one point, and in the center of the lightning, there was a dazzling and blazing light. The big hammer was shining brightly, but under such bombardment, the head of the hammer did not move at all, and was not damaged at all. The sky was full of oppressive sounds, and purple thunderbolts came down like the Milky Way, endlessly. Looking from afar, the lightning connected the sky and the earth together. He couldn't even tell if the lightning was falling from the sky or surging from the ground. The senior that Han Song had mentioned, Wu Taijiang, was lying in a pit with a pale complexion. He didn't dare to move an inch. However, he was cursing Zhuo Zhanglu's entire family in his heart. Fuck, how could there be such a huge entanglement of karma? Fuck. How could a star master of the Shao No alliance involve such a huge karma? The tribulation eye appeared. Now the heavenly Tao was directly attacking. Fuck. Fortunately, before I attacked, I had already cut off the divine soul connection with the natal hammer. Now, the hammer was equivalent to an ownerless object. Otherwise, looking at the intensity of the lightning and its relentless strength, I would definitely die today. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Wu Taijiang cursed in his heart, this is fucking cheating me. If I were to die here because of a Star Lord, that would be such a shame. Wu Taijiang stuck close to the ground. His expression changed again and again, just like a Sichuan opera. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Feeling the ground trembling violently beneath him, Wu Taijiang cursed. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. Late at night, I was sleeping after working all day. Suddenly, Zhuo Changlu sent his daughter to knock on my door, begging me to save him. They said that one of their own is in grave danger. Originally, when I heard the sounds of battle over there, it was quite lively. Although it's beneath my dignity to get involved in the battle of the younger generation, for old Zhu's sake, I didn't mind coming. But fucking. How did I offend the heavenly Tao? Chapter 209. The lightning continued to strike down, and the ground within a radius of a few thousand miles shook violently. Gradually, the entire Phoenix City was shaken. Countless people woke up from their dreams, and even some tall buildings began to sway left and right. The shaking became more and more intense. Many tall buildings were like roly-poly toys, slowly tilting to the left. Then, the people in the buildings, along with their beds and furniture, slid over with a whoosh. And hit the wall with a bang. Then, the buildings slowly came back, slowly tilting to the right. Then, they slid back like they were on a slide. And hit the wall with a bang. More than 90% of the people were scared out of their wits by this miraculous situation. In addition, looking out from the windows, all the tall buildings were dancing Yanko. That scene was as scary as it could get. After tonight, those who had a little extra money would buy a bungalow. In the next few years, the price of the tall buildings in Phoenix City would be as cheap as cabbages, but no one would be interested in it. Of course, this was a story for another day. The lightning continued to strike for an hour. Wu Tietjiang's big iron hammer was really strong, and there was no change at all. If not for the hammer's handle being burned red and melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving only the hammer head on the ground, people would have doubted the lethality of the lightning. Finally, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the lightning stopped striking. That huge eye formed by the clouds was still hanging in the sky, as if it was still looking down. After another 5 or 6 minutes, it finally disappeared. The hurricane blew, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared completely. There was no cloud in the sky for thousands of miles. After a long, long time, Wu Taijiang crawled out of the pit. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Too close. It was just a slight mistake, and my life was almost lost here. If I didn't think one more step, and was a little more cautious, erasing the soul connection, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Wu Taijiang was indignant, and he kept cursing. I'm here to work for you, and you still want to exploit me. Not only do you exploit me, you even want to take my life. Do I have to send people, labor, materials, and even my life? Son of a bitch. This is great. I've used a hammer my whole life, and now I'm only left with the hammer head. Wu Taijiang staggered over and looked at the bottom of the pit. Originally, it was pitch black without any luster. Now, it had been polished by the lightning into a shining hammer. He was speechless for a long time. This is eternal iron. It's said to be indestructible. Now, it's been ground into bright silver. Wiping his cold sweat, he picked up the hammer and sneakily ran away. Wu Taijiang was still in a state of shock when he ran back to the blacksmith shop. He sat on the chair and gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his body. His big eyeballs rolled around in confusion, and a thought came to his mind uncontrollably: should I run away now? This place is too dangerous. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door. Wu Taijiang sighed and opened the door to see Zhuo Xiaoyan standing outside. Seeing this, Wu Taijiang instinctively jumped back 3 steps, his face full of vigilance. What? What's the matter again? Fuck, please don't do it again. I can't take it anymore. Zhuo Xiaoyan was startled by his reaction and almost exclaimed. She asked timidly, I want to ask Uncle. My master. Are they okay? They're fine, they're fine. They're all lying there. Wu Taijiang was a little impatient. There was a sudden change in that place, and I don't know if they're alive or not. There's no danger over there, you can go and see for yourself. By the way, tell your father not to bother me if there's nothing important. Bang! The door was closed without a trace of elegance. Outside the door, Zhou Xiaonian was stunned. Suddenly, she jumped up like crazy and flew over there. Zhou family. The moment the eye appeared in the sky, Zhou Changlu could no longer maintain his usual elegance and blurted out, "Fuck. How could this happen? Did it damage the foundation?" Mr. Zhou, who was frightened, walked around the room like a headless fly, his face full of anxiety. "Please don't let anything happen to Wu Taijiang. If Wu Taijiang died here because of this, it would be the biggest joke in the last 100 years. People from the No Alliance would probably die of laughter." Outside the window, lightning kept roaring, lighting up the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, all the buildings were swaying, like grass in the wind, swaying gracefully. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the various buildings. On the other side, there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death. Holding a live broadcast stick with a face full of excitement, he said, "Brothers. Brothers, Phoenix City is currently experiencing a special type of earthquake that is rarely seen in thousands of years. Dancing floor. Please double-click. I'm Big Black Pig, I'm risking my life to broadcast. Everyone, please follow me. Start Lulu, I want to see your gifts. Oh, you've seen people dancing, but have you seen dancing floor?" The lightning kept roaring, and it was getting more and more intense. Finally, Zhou Changlu could not sit still anymore. He strode out and said, "I have to go and see." "I'll go with you." Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out of the window. That night, almost 4 million people in Phoenix City were doomed to be unable to sleep. The lightning stopped when the father and son were halfway down the stairs. Zhou Changlu, who was even more anxious, rushed with Zhou Xiaoduo's help to Tiejiang's blacksmith shop. He knocked on the door and asked, "Old Wu, are you back?" The door opened with a bang, revealing Wu Tiejiang's extremely aggrieved face. He begged with all his might, "Brother Zhou. Can you spare me? What else do you want?" Zhou Changlu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You're not dead. That's good. That's good." Wu Taijiang leaned against the door frame, his legs were shaking, and his face was pale. "Brother Zhou, look at my legs, and then look at my face. Can't you tell me what you want me to do? If I wasn't careful, I'd be dead now." Zhou Changlu coughed a few times, a little embarrassed. He laughed and said, "It won't happen again. Don't worry, don't worry. Next time. There's a next time." Wu Taijiang jumped up. "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. I can't stay here any longer. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that my life." Zhou Changlu glared at him. "Huh? You haven't finished hammering yet." Wu Taijiang slid down the door frame like a noodle slipping into a pot. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother Zhou, please be magnanimous and treat this little brother like a fart. This little brother is timid. Just now I was so scared that I peed." Wu Tiejiang's face was distorted. Honestly, he was not lying at all. "I, Wu Taijiang, am a gay tyrant. How could I go against the heavenly Tao? If you want to get rid of me, it will be as easy as crushing an ant." Okay, it's okay. I won't call you next time, okay?" Zhou Changlu hurriedly comforted him. Then, he said, "Since you're okay, I'll go back." "Your sister-in-law. Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention her for no reason?" Wu Taijiang was even more aggrieved. Yes. Xiao Duo, say goodbye to your Uncle Wu." "Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Go quickly. Let me have some peace." With a bang, the door closed again. Behind the door, Wu Taijiang wiped his face and murmured, "Comparisons are odious. Compared to me, little bear Nan is so happy. I thought I was just a deliverer man, but in the end, I almost got myself killed." On the way home, Zhou Xiaoduo kept looking at his father. In fact, since Uncle Nan came last time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been wondering if his parents were some kind of powerful people living in seclusion here. How could ordinary people have friends like that? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his sincere doubts. However, after what happened tonight, Zhuo Xiaoduo no longer had any doubts. Tonight's situation had obviously reached a rather serious stage. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father's anxiety and his mother's panic. However, even under such circumstances, Zhuo Zhanglu had been running all the way. He was so tired that his heart was about to stop. Yet, he was only displaying the speed and strength of a martial master. This was definitely not a pretense, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely sure of this. If it wasn't for his help in the last part of the journey, he wouldn't have been able to finish it. There are two possibilities. Either my parents are really ordinary people. It's just a coincidence that I made friends with a lot of great experts. Although it's a bit ridiculous, it's not impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself. As for the second possibility, that is, the two of them were originally experts, but for some reason, they were crippled. And lived here in seclusion, living a peaceful life. Personally, I'm more inclined to the second possibility. But if it's the second possibility, it should be a sad thing for my parents. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a new goal. I have to find out the truth when I have time. If it's just because they were seriously injured or sealed, I can find another way to solve it. This may be a good thing. If it's possible, I can let my parents go on the road of cultivation again. Then our family can go on the road together, and no one will be left behind. But this must be done secretly. My parents are willing to be ordinary and keep it a secret for so many years. There must be a reason. If they are exposed because of me, they will attract a big enemy. It'll be too late for me to kill myself. As the saying goes, you know the enemy when you see one. Based on the level of Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu, my parents' enemy must be very, very scary. It's definitely not something that my sister or I can handle. Chapter 210. On the other side. Zhuo Xiaonian ran all the way and soon came to the center of the thunder and lightning. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation and ruins. Some places were directly turned into small lakes, and water was gurgling out of the ground. The surrounding hundreds of miles were all razed to the ground. Well, it should be a basin. The more Zhuo Xiaonian looked, the more panicked she felt. She didn't know what to do. If it was like this, then what would happen to the people? Master! Master! Are you okay? Master! Forcing himself to calm down, he shouted anxiously as he searched around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he found a tattered body. He walked over to take a look. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, who had fallen into a deep coma? At this moment, Teacher Qin was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. He only had one last breath left. Zhuo Xiaonian quickly put down a healing elixir and pulled Qin Fangyang's broken body out of the pit like pulling out a radish. She put it aside and then anxiously went to find the others. It took nearly 10 minutes to rescue all the people who were still alive. Mu Yanyan. Sister Lan. 3 brothers. Teacher Qiu, who only had half of his body left, and son Baijiang, who had 80% of his bones broken. Then there was Han Song, who was still intact compared to everyone else. Zhuo Xiaonian persevered and continued his search. In the end, he dug out the dying Jiang Zhangbin from a large pit. Zhuo Xiaonian still didn't give up and continued to search. After searching several times, she confirmed that there were no other discoveries. The reason he came to this conclusion was probably because he had found 3 spatial rings in the largest and centermost pit. Zhuo Xiaonian put them into her space ring. She didn't want to keep them, but she wanted to see what was in them and confirm their identities. Anyway, there must be people on her side. After the search and rescue, Zhuo Xiaonian checked again and confirmed that everyone was still alive. She almost cried with joy. But she couldn't move so many people alone. The first call she made was to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Call a car. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly turned into a robber. This was something that couldn't be helped. After experiencing such an earth-shattering change, the people of Phoenix City were at their lowest point. Who would be willing to send out a carriage? It took a lot of courage to even walk out the door, okay? The drivers would rather die than go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned into a demon and repeated himself 7 or 8 times, "If you don't go, I'll kill your whole family." Then, after smashing 5 or 6 tea tables, they managed to gather 6 cars. They ran all the way and finally arrived at their destination. Then, they lifted everyone into the cars one by one. At this time, Sister Lan and Han Song woke up. Han Song's cultivation was the highest among them, but Sister Lan was the one who suffered the lightest injuries, so she was the first to wake up. Once the two of them woke up, it was easy to handle the rest. First, they informed Second Hai and Yuanyue that they were safe. Then, they informed Star Shield to gather medicinal herbs to treat everyone's injuries. The series of events were messy yet orderly, in perfect order. When the people from Star Shield arrived, the few drivers who were coerced by Zhuo Xiaoduo took the reward and went home with a stomach full of fear. They all felt that they had been fucked. This is actually a government matter. I thought I met a kidnapper. That's right. It's the first time I've seen a government worker like this. He came to my house and smashed a tea table. Then, he twisted my neck and asked me to send out a carriage. If you're a government official, you should have said so earlier. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in this lifetime. How rare. He actually went home safely, and there's even a reward. That's right, that kid's face is too young. He looks like a half-grown kid, and he's quite good-looking. That's right, that's right. Along the way to Star Shield, almost everyone from Star Shield moved together. All kinds of healing medicine and nutrition cabins went into action together. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo were temporarily relieved. Jiang Zhangbin woke up very quickly. However, he would rather wake up a little later. It was better not to wake up at all. This was because Sister Lan and Han Song had woken up earlier than him. As a result, both He Yuanyue and Jiang Wenzhou were waiting for his call back. Also, Wan Pingyuan, Monkey's son. Kof, director's son of the Martial Arts Bureau, Sun Fengho, were all waiting for his call back. Director Jiang grabbed his phone and thought about the 4 of them. Then, he tilted his head and fainted again. Unfortunately, he didn't faint for long this time. He was slapped awake. Jiang Zhangbin's eyes widened. He looked over and saw Jiang Wenzhou's big bald head. His face was flustered and exasperated. He was panting, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. What's going on? The director of the Star Shield General Administration had actually come in such a hurry. The horns at the entrance of Star Shield were already blaring. The car from Second High had arrived. He Yuanyue had personally rushed to Star Shield. The car from the Martial Arts Bureau had also arrived. Sun Fengho had personally come as well. There was also Wan Pingyuan, who rushed in with big strides. His face was full of anxiety. There were also various departments and the military. In short, all the influential people in Phoenix City were gathering here. You, Fatty Jiang, had caused such a big commotion and almost destroyed the entire Phoenix City. Now, you want to pretend to be unconscious? No way. In the end, everyone gathered in the conference room. Jiang Wenzhou pried open Jiang Zhangbin's mouth and stuffed 17 to 18 pills into his stomach. Then, he poured down 2 big bowls of water. Jiang Wenzhou directly carried him to the conference room and pressed him down on a chair. Tell me, what's going on? Jiang Wenzhou's bald head was smoking. This bastard. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he poked a hole in the sky. After this battle, of the 2 dragon blood guards that had just been sent over, Han Song and Yang Yu, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Yang Yu had even died in the form of his soul being destroyed. He could not be more dead. This kind of loss was no small matter. When Jiang Wenzhou heard about this, he smashed his phone on the spot. Then, he anxiously looked for a Yunhua expert and flew over. No matter what, this matter was related to his son. Father and son were connected by heart. This was not just a saying. Not to mention that this matter itself had already reached the level of reaching the heavens. Jiang Zhangbin finally became more clear-headed. The medicinal effects of the many pills that he had been forced to drink gradually began to take effect. He wiped his face with a cold towel and looked at the entire conference room filled with people. Finally, he said tiredly, Governor one of the governor's office, Principal he of the second high school, Director's son of the martial arts administration, and the leaders from the general administration, stay. The rest of the unrelated people, leave. Today's matter is classified as top secret. Please forgive us. In the military, the Phoenix City Military Division commander pointed at his own nose. What about me? I also have to leave. Yes. Good, 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 you fatty Jiang. The commander was so angry that his nose was crooked. He stood up and walked out in large strides. You wait. Seeing that the commander had left, the others didn't say any more nonsense and all obediently left. The only person who participated in the battle was Han Song, who had just recovered some strength but still looked lifeless. The doors and windows were closed. The communication equipment was confiscated. The entire space instantly became an absolutely sealed secret room. It wasn't until now that Jiang Zhangbin began to slowly explain the whole matter. From the beginning, when Yuanyue had discovered the aura, to the beginning of the battle. Governor Wan's face began to change, turning green, red, and black. Shang Qingyun. Star Master. When these 5 words were put together, Governor Wan's head exploded with all kinds of colors and emotions. In the end, his face became abnormally gray. He said powerlessly, "Is this matter accurate?" Jiang Zhangbin nodded solemnly. Han Song's face was still as pale as a corpse's, but he was a cloud transformation cultivator after all. He had recovered some strength by now. He said, Shang Qingyun is undoubtedly a member of the UMNO Alliance and a Star Master. The constellation life borrowing technique he used proves this point. What's uncertain now is which star in the UMNO Alliance's constellation he belongs to. Hearing Han Song's words, Governor Wan Pingyuan seemed to have aged several years. It was as if all his essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked out in an instant. He closed his eyes. What flashed in his mind were the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Shang Qingyun for so many years. The support they had in life and death situations, the discussions they had encountered, the conversations they had on the table, the contributions Shang Qingyun had made to the residents over the years, the education he had given the children. Finally, 2 teardrops fell. He muttered, "Why are you a member of the UMNO Alliance?" Wan Pingyuan, who could become the governor of a city, was naturally not a fool. Governor Wan Pingyuan knew that since Shang Qingyun had been so scheming, sneaking into Phoenix City so early and lying in ambush beside him, he naturally had a major conspiracy. But even though he already knew that the other party had ulterior motives, and even more sinister ones, he still couldn't bring himself to hate him. The only thing he felt was heartache. For this operation, I went to great lengths to gather 2 veteran experts of Phoenix City's Star Shield, nascent soul stage experts. But these 2 people have already been killed by Shang Qingyun. Also, second high school's teacher Qin Fangyang and teacher Lan. It was all thanks to old Principal He's help that they were able to come here. This time, they have done a great service. Martial Arts Bureau Chief Sun. Jiang Zhangbin coughed. His gaze was evasive. Sun Fengho's face was as calm as water. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I just want to know, how is my brother now? Cough cough. Jiang Zhangbin avoided Sun Fengho's gaze and said, He's still alive. Still alive. Bureau Chief Sun jumped up in anger. Big-faced Jiang. You motherfucker. You. Fuck your father, what did you tell me you? Star Shield's director Jiang Wenzhou coughed and knocked on the table. He said solemnly, this is an important matter. Don't scold people. He secretly glanced at Chief Sunday. This kid's guts are quite big. Requesting for monthly votes. Sigh, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that the first monthly votes would be in the tens of thousands. But now it seems that it's only 8,600. There's still a little more than a day left. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Everyone, do your best. Whatever you can do, thank you. Chapter 211. Cough cough. The following battle. Jiang Zhangbin said, Teacher Han, I'm not qualified to say anything with my cultivation level. I'm also not one of the participants. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. His own mistake. If he had remembered the old principal's words and looked at his chi first, perhaps these sacrifices could have been avoided. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhangbin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. On the other side, before Han Song could speak, he sighed mournfully and said, this battle could be said to be the most dangerous battle I've ever experienced in my life. Shang Qingyun's strength was already at the high level of the cloud transformation realm, far above us. Furthermore, he could communicate with the heavens and earth, restore starlight, and even borrow the power of the constellations. Speaking of this battle, Director Zhang's strategy was perfect. He caused Shang Qingyun to be poisoned at the beginning of the battle, allowing us to gain the upper hand in the beginning. Unfortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was too high. Furthermore, among the reinforcements of the Kunlun Dao sect, there was actually a UMNO alliance spy who changed sides at the last minute, causing Brother Yang Yu to be fatally injured, causing us to be completely powerless in this battle. While Yang Yu killed the spy, he was willing to give up his life and used a self-explosion technique to attack Shang Qingyun. Finally, he died. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhou's expression changed greatly, and his eyes became watery. As Han Song recounted the battle in detail, everyone felt that the fact that these people were still alive was simply a great stroke of luck. At the end of his narration, Han Song said, at the end of this battle, Shang Qingyun's injuries were mostly healed and he had the absolute upper hand. We were already doomed. But I don't know which hidden expert attacked and killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer. Otherwise, we would have died without a doubt. The complete annihilation was already a foregone conclusion at that time. However, after Shang Qingyun's death, a tribulation eye appeared in the sky, causing a commotion that shook the entire Phoenix City, causing the incident to escalate further. I can't make any judgments about the situation after that, and can only attribute it to something strange. Han Song recounted the incident and said, after that, all of us fainted. Truly, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great. And our injuries were too severe. After listening to the entire process, everyone's face sank and they were speechless for a long time. Moments later, He Yuanyue was the first to speak up. She glared at Jiang Zhangbin and said, I told you to look for it. And you didn't look? Jiang Zhangbin wished he could stuff his head into the crotch of his pants. He was ashamed to the extreme. I've calculated everything once and considered every detail. Only this. I forgot. You. He Yuanyue almost couldn't catch her breath. I forgot. You've forgotten the most important thing right now. What was the use of remembering other things, no matter how meticulous they were? As long as they looked for Zhou Xiaoduo, they might be able to avoid the tragic situation of this battle or wait for a more perfect opportunity. The current situation was definitely not something that anyone present wanted to see. If not for that mysterious expert of unknown origin, then Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, Han Song, and the others would have been completely annihilated in this battle, without a single survivor. If these people were all dead, then the entire Phoenix City would become an empty city. At that time, the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Thinking of this, Yuanyue felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but point at Jiang Zhangbin and scold him. Bastard! Can't you do something about it? You've been like this since young. The more important things are, the more you forget. Now that your head is bald, you still haven't changed your old habits. Jiang Zhangbin knew that he was in the wrong. He obediently admitted his mistake and didn't dare to talk back. Jiang Wenzhou watched in amazement. What the hell, such a wretched and lazy person who could even curse his own father was actually so obedient in front of this weak old lady. But you can scold him all you want, but can you not mention the bald thing? The follow-up of this matter needs to be handled properly. Jiang Wenzhou coughed a few times and made the final decision. Governor Wan, there's a high chance that Shang Qingyun is not the only spy in your governor's office. I hope you can assist in the investigation. Jiang Wenzhou said. Of course. Wan Pingyuan let out a long sigh. His expression was bleak as he said, I have committed a serious dereliction of duty in this matter. I will personally submit a letter to ask for forgiveness. As for the follow-up investigation, I will naturally cooperate with all my strength. I have no complaints. Since Jiang Wenzhou had come here, he naturally had full authority to take over this matter. He arranged everything in detail and then began to think. That hammer that suddenly appeared, who did it belong to? Smashing Shang Qingyun to death with one hammer, and then the tribulation eye appeared? What does it mean? The lightning that directly struck a Yun realm expert until he fainted. Why did it cause such a big commotion? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaonian had already returned home. After a busy night, she was also unbearably tired. Especially when Wu Taijiang solemnly warned her, don't ever reveal your existence. Zhuo Xiaonian knew the severity of the matter and naturally agreed. As for the spatial ring that she had picked up, she immediately handed it over to Mu Yanyan, who had regained her consciousness. Mu Yanyan also immediately handed it over. I was worried about Master, so I rushed over to take a look after there was no sound. This reason perfectly explained why she had appeared over there. After all, Zhuo Xiaonian's background was clean and there was nothing to investigate. But since dawn, Phoenix City had directly entered a state of lockdown. Jiang Wenzhou transferred a lot of experts from the headquarters to investigate this matter. Even the Meng family and the Ning family were included in the scope of investigation. 2 people from the governor's mansion were missing, and the entire city was searching for them. It was worth mentioning that regarding the tribulation eye, Jiang Wenzhou directly called the leader of the Star Shield Department and received a strict order to keep it a secret. Stop investigating the tribulation eye. This matter is to rot in your stomach. No one is to mention it again. Especially not to spread it out. Jiang Wenzhou was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Wasn't it too unlucky for me to take over this matter? That tribulation eye, at least a few million people had seen it. It was shining brightly in the sky like the sun. How am I supposed to keep it a secret? Keep a few million free people quiet? Why don't you try to keep it a secret? But how could he say this to his superiors? In the morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo went to school as usual. Zhuo Xiaonian went out with him. She was going to visit her master at the Star Shield Department. They went out side by side. When they were about to part at the corner, Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly stopped in a hidden corner. Damn, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was very serious. What is it? Why are you so serious? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked puzzled. Do you think our parents are the kind of hidden experts? Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and said, actually, I've had this feeling for a long time. I had this feeling long before Uncle Nan came. But I couldn't see anything unusual. But that Uncle Nan is clearly a big shot. I once asked Master about it in a roundabout way. He gave me and your cultivation base, and there were no side effects at all. Master has never even heard of such a method, let alone done it. Zhuo Xiaoduo listened quietly and nodded. And this time, Uncle Wu, who made weapons for us, opened a blacksmith's shop next to our shop. Let's not talk about this first. But the person who killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer was most likely Uncle Wu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. I had just informed Uncle Wu, and Shang Qingyun was smashed to death with a hammer right after. Zhuo Xiaonian said, to kill Huayun so easily, Uncle Wu's cultivation is beyond my understanding. It's indescribable, indescribable. What do you think? Which one of these things is normal? Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and walked forward silently. He didn't say a word for a long time. But Zhuo Xiaonian had obviously been waiting for this question for a long time. She talked about it almost endlessly. Think about it. As the saying goes, dragons don't live with snakes, phoenixes don't dance with sparrows. If Dad and Mom are really ordinary people, how could people like Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu? Zhuo Xiaonian said, and they obviously respect Dad and Mom very much. No, it's not respect, it's fear. Isn't this even more abnormal? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, I don't think there's anything abnormal. You think too much. Zhuo Xiaonian was speechless. She stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo for a long time and said angrily, You're so cunning. You must know something that I don't. Zhuo Xiaoduo spread his hands and said, What can I find? I only know that Dad and Mom don't have any cultivation at all. It's tiring for them to run a little distance. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly rushed up and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's ears with both hands. She said fiercely, You're exposed. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Humph, if there's nothing wrong, you won't say, What can I find? Since he couldn't find anything, he must be suspicious. Zhuo Xiaonian began to exert force. You're a dog. Are you going to confess or not? Spare me. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively lowered his head and begged for mercy when his ears were grabbed. But he didn't expect that he would bump into the murderous weapon. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose, and then he was bounced back. For a moment, he only felt a cool breath penetrating his body. It was indescribably comfortable. Zhuo Xiaonian screamed. She let go of her hands and stepped back. Her face was flushed. You're dead. Then she started to chase after him. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his head and fled. He explained repeatedly, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't bump into her. I didn't. She's so beautiful. Zhuo Xiaonian became more and more angry. The strange feeling in her chest seemed to remain. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She attacked even more ruthlessly. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped into the air and started to bungee jump. In a moment, he jumped 7 or 8 times in a row. Chapter 212. When he caught her again, Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and asked, Do you dare to do it again? I won't, I won't. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head repeatedly. But he still felt a touch of gentleness on his face. He couldn't help but lick his upper lip and lower lip. You! Zhuo Xiaonian was about to explode again. Let's get down to business. Zhuo Xiaoduo begged for mercy. I have similar suspicions about my parents' background. But my suspicions are different from yours, Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. I've personally verified that my parents don't have any cultivation. Right now, they are just 2 ordinary people. However, there are too many other abnormalities. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I've investigated. 1,000 fantasy gold, heavenly witch copper, imperishable gold, and so on. Zhuo Xiaonian said impatiently, Hurry up and tell me. Are you sure you want to tell me here? Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced around. Alright, come with me. In a secret place. The 1,000 fantasy gold is a special metal that can only be formed when the star spirit and the metal intertwine for a long time in the void and fuse together. It can be forged into a weapon that is indestructible and unbreakable. It can also change its color according to the owner's needs. It has the characteristic of being ever-changing. Therefore, it is called the 1000 Fantasy Gold. Heavenly Witch Copper is one of the few high-grade forging materials in the Umno Alliance. It's even rarer in the Astral Souls. Imperishable gold is obtained by refining a large amount of 1000 Fantasy Gold's essence. Moreover, it doesn't mean that you have to refine imperishable gold just because you've obtained a large amount of 1000 Fantasy Gold. It also requires exquisite refining skills. In the entire Astral Souls, there are no more than 10 people who can extract imperishable gold from 1000 Fantasy Gold. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, and this is only one of them. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded slowly. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, on the other hand, I agree with you. I even think that Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are not only respectful to our parents, but also respectful with a hint of fear. Also, I suspect that Uncle Nan's true intention in coming to Phoenix City is actually to deliver cultivation methods and materials to us. Think about it, would such a person carry 2 peerless secret manuals with him when he goes out? Furthermore, it was a one-time transfer. This goal is too obvious, and too obvious. Secondly, who would bring 8 tons of illusion gold and heavenly sorcerer copper with them? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, these great opportunities were arranged by our parents in advance and were specially brought here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Of course, part of it was the extra extortion from his parents, so it had to be accounted for separately. However, since Uncle Nan had brought so many with him, it meant that he was prepared to be extorted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded silently. I think so too. Doggy, you're really smart. There's also Uncle Wu. He had never appeared before, but he suddenly appeared when we needed to forge weapons. Our requirements for forging weapons are not low at all, and Uncle Wu had all the materials we needed. He didn't hesitate at all. I'm almost certain that Uncle Wu was specially called over by our father to forge weapons for us. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, you see, his blacksmith shop, other than forging weapons for us, there's no other business. With his blacksmithing skills, the people who want him to forge weapons first should be fighting to the death and trampling over his doorstep. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Similarly, those forging materials he prepared. At least most of them should have been prepared in advance. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. It's just a few adults acting in front of us. Playing us like children. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. Doggy, what are you thinking? Aren't we children in their eyes? We should be honored that they are willing to play with us. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, in summary, the opportunities we had these days were actually man-made, but they were all for us. They didn't take a break at all. From this, we can infer another conclusion. Our parents should be big bosses without a doubt. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a heavy expression, however, Sister Nian, there's another thing that I have to remind you seriously. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden seriousness startled Zhuo Xiaonian. Go ahead, I'm listening. What happened last night? It was so urgent. Logically speaking, the first thing a super boss should do was to send a telepathic message or something like that. But Dad asked you to go there. Then, when Dad saw the tribulation eye, he was so shocked and anxious that he went to find Uncle Wu himself. But I really ran all the way there with him. I even supported Dad for the last part of the journey. In other words, Dad's cultivation shouldn't be at the level of a martial master. He's almost the same as an ordinary person. There's no doubt about that. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, but Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are such awesome people. They respect Dad so much, but Dad is at most a martial master. That's obviously abnormal. Zhuo Xiaonian pondered. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, and? Do you remember the space ring that Uncle Nan sent last time? Mom said she couldn't open it and asked Dad to check it. But you and I both know that martial masters don't have congenital divine thoughts. If Dad is only at the level of a martial master, how could he check the space ring? Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly remembered, yes, that's true, but I didn't care at that time. Dad and Mom have lived here for a long time. That's true. But we've never heard about Grandpa and Grandma. That's also true. Dad and Mom couldn't have fallen from the sky. They don't have any background. That's not normal. But for so many years, they never had any relatives. That's also strange. Are they both orphans? Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come. That's why they could come. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, combining all the above, I have a conclusion. What's the conclusion? Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was so nervous that it changed. Dad and Mom are big shots, but now they can only be said to be big shots in the past. Something must have happened to them and they were forced to live in seclusion in Phoenix City to slowly recover. So no matter if they asked for help or if other people knew that they were here, they would be in danger. Either they had an accident and their cultivation was sealed, or they were seriously injured and could only show their current shallow cultivation. But no matter what, it's not a good thing. It's a hidden danger. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, this time, Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come for us. This should be a very dangerous thing for them, but they still did it. Why do you think it's for us? Zhuo Xiaonian's face was a little pale. Now that you mention it, I should feel touched, but why do I suddenly feel so scared? If news about Dad and Mom is leaked, won't they be in danger? Don't forget, when you needed pills for your breakthrough, Dad would rather go bankrupt than ask for help. Zhuo Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Nian Nian, Dad and Mom have done enough for us. In the future, it's our turn to protect them. Even if we don't have the ability, we have to at least let Dad and Mom maintain their current stable and happy life until they recover. And not lead trouble to them and let them have no choice but to expose themselves. If that's really the case, it'll be a disaster. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded repeatedly, Dog, you're right. Don't say it again in the future. Don't let it slip. Yes, we have to be careful. We have to keep this matter to ourselves and not mention it to anyone. In particular, don't let Dad and Mom ask for help in the future. The hidden danger is too big. If one more person knows that Dad and Mom are here, it'll be more dangerous. Uncle Wu's strength is completely beyond my understanding. It's too scary. Yes. Sister Nian Nian, didn't Dad and Mom always say that my birth was an accident? We always thought that they were pranking me, or that they were flaunting their love and showing off their affection. But now it seems that this saying is actually true. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, then, here comes another question. Under what circumstances did I become an accident? Maybe it's because Dad and Mom were seriously injured and didn't want children. After all, having children is more damaging to their vitality. But I was accidentally pregnant and was born. So, my birth was really an accident. At least, it was beyond Dad and Mom's expectations. Mom can't check the space ring, but Dad can. Maybe it was because of my birth. It seems that giving birth to me was really an accident. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little guilty inside, sigh. Zhuo Xiaonian nodded silently and said, that's really possible. But now that you're born and so big, it's impossible to go back. Go back. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaonian in shock and suddenly felt convinced. Sister Nian Nian, what you said is really powerful. Otherwise, you would be my sister. Zhuo Xiaonian said casually. After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed it out and she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. After some discussion, the siblings quickly reached a consensus. First, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Second, Dad and Mom are seriously injured. Third, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are very weak now. Fourth, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are in danger now. Fifth, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Because they called people over, at least 2 people know that. 6th, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are probably seriously injured. 7th, they have to protect Dad and Mom in the future. They have to find a way to find out the truth and then find a way to recover. 8th, they have to let Dad and Mom recover. As long as Dad and Mom recover, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. When that time comes, won't I be able to bully men and women and be a second-generation rich kid who can do whatever he wants and win without doing anything? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 213. However, the current situation was that the more people who knew about this, the more danger his parents would be in. Based on the above conclusions, the further conclusion was that he could not call anyone else over no matter what. Then, he could not cause any more trouble for his parents. We're done talking. Why aren't you going to school? Zhuo Xiaonian, who had solved the puzzle in her heart, kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo's butt and said fiercely, "Don't play truant." Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his butt and walked away. He was speechless. How much more are you going to bully me? When I grow up and my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll play with cats every day. He rubbed her once, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again while lying down. As he thought about it, perhaps the Flaming Sun Sutra in his body was automatically activated, causing some reactions. This sutra is really powerful. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to school valiantly and energetically. At this moment, a large number of cars were gathered at the entrance of No. 2 High School. Everyone was craning their necks and waiting, looking into the distance. Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. What's going on? When the crowd saw Zhuo Xiaoduo appear, someone shouted, "That's Master Zhuo." Instantly, over 100 people rushed over with a loud roar. Master Zhuo. Are they all here for me to read their fortune? Zhuo Xiaoduo's brain worked very quickly. From the words, Master Zhuo, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the people in front of him weren't here to cause trouble for him, but to have their fortune told by him. And the hundreds of people in front of him, as well as the luxury cars parked around them, were definitely rich people. At this thought, this money grubber's eyes turned into light bulbs. This is all money. This is all luck points. This. I'm going to be rich. As expected, gold will always shine, and pearls will always shine in front of people. I'm going to be rich. Don't worry. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted, one by one. Everyone will have a share, everyone will have a share. Don't worry, I won't run away. At first glance, he saw Li Chenglong carrying a large piece of iron on his back, running over like a snail. Li Chenglong. Zhuo. What's going on? Li Chenglong was carrying 3,000 jin of iron on his back, and he was also carrying weights. At this moment, his whole body was covered in sweat. Apparently, he had realized the gap between him and Zhuo Xiaoduo. This had driven Swollen completely crazy. He was cultivating as if his life depended on it. No matter what, he would not fall behind. And this big iron block was the product of Li Chenglong's sudden inspiration. I carry 200 kilograms of weight on my body every day, and it's all on my joints or key parts. It doesn't affect my overall body at all. If he were to carry another 3,000 pounds, that was how this happened, and it wasn't just him. Go, bring me a table. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed heartily. I, Master Zhuo, want to perform the Tao on the spot. Li Chenglong was speechless. Okay, you perform the Tao. I'll go to the gravity room to cultivate. I'll catch up with you while I'm here. Not long after, Li Chenglong brought out a table and a chair. While Li Chenglong was moving the chair, Wan Lixiu also came to school with a large metal block like a snail moving house. Not long after, Li Changming, Long Yusheng, and Yu Moyan also came one after another. Everyone's appearance was very strange, and there were many different styles. But overall, it was still to increase their endurance to the greatest extent. After roughly understanding the situation, each of them bid farewell to Zhuo Xiaoduo and entered the school to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo was now in a state of suppression. He had suppressed his breakthrough many times in a row. It was fine for him to postpone his cultivation, but they had just reached the stage of suppression. They couldn't relax at all. This was the time when they might not be able to catch up even if they tried their best to catch up, let alone slacking off. Zhuo sat on the chair. A sage-like aura came from the 7 emotions. He laughed and said, "Bosses, I wonder why you're looking for me. Haha, there must be a lot of things you don't understand in this world. There are so many things you don't understand in this long world. There are so many things you don't understand." The one at the front of the line was a stout middle-aged man. He flattered, "I've long heard that Master Zhuo is well versed in ancient and modern times. You've heard about the 3 realms. You're a man of integrity. There's nothing you don't know about in your past life and future life. I've long wanted to meet you." Master Zhuo laughed and accepted all the compliments. Then, he said, "It's fate that we meet. Just get straight to the point." "Master. Here's the thing." The fat man smiled apologetically. "My surname is Lu. My name is Lu Jianxi. Ahem, my occupation is a contractor in the construction industry. Recently, I've been feeling that things are not going well for me. The money I earn has been decreasing for some reason. And my marriage is not going well." Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. "Can you just tell me what you want to see?" The fat man was dumbfounded. He scratched his ears and cheeks and hesitated. Obviously, he wanted to see everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and rubbed his fingers. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the table. He said, "The most taboo in fortune-telling is to make empty promises. I don't count the undestined method. I don't count the unprofitable method. Let's talk about this first." On the paper, Zhuo Xiaoduo's bank account and bank were neatly written. The content was very detailed. Lu Jianxi was very straightforward. "Master, just give me a price. I won't bargain. It's fair to pay for fortune-telling." Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. "The more money you have, the more important things you can do. How can I give you a price? In this line of work, the most important thing is to follow fate. Do you understand?" Lu Jianzhu's eyes widened. "What? Idiot." Someone reminded him. "It means you can spend as much as you want. Master Zhuo doesn't have a fixed price. Do you understand? 1 yuan is fine. 1 million is fine. It depends on your own heart. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. Do you understand?" Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at this understanding person with admiration and said, "You can't say it like that. Money is only a way. We provide guidance to others, but we are not doing it for profit. Fate, the most important thing is fate. Everyone coming to my place is already fate itself." The man smiled apologetically and nodded. "Master, you're right. Fate is fate. We're fated people." Lu Jianxi understood more and more. "I understand. I understand." Then, he immediately took out his phone and began to transfer money. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even look at his movements. He really allowed him to transfer as much as he wanted. Lu Jianzhu wanted to transfer 10,000 yuan at first, but he was reluctant after thinking about it. So, he transferred 1,000 yuan and said, "Master, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind." The tall, thin man behind him glanced at the transfer number and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He only transferred so little and he wanted to see everything. How stingy. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care. He casually glanced at his face and said, "You don't have to see it. You're in a lot of trouble now. It's just one of the reasons." "Master, please enlighten me." Lu Jianxi was overjoyed. "Go to the side of the road. Do you see that willow tree over there?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. "Yes, I see it." "Go, break a willow branch." The fat man quickly went and then happily came back with a green willow branch. "Master Zhuo, you're back. The willow branch is here too. Look, is it green?" Pfft. At this moment, there were already people beside him who laughed in understanding. Lu Jianxi's face suddenly changed. He hesitated and said, "Master. This. Put it on your head and look at it again. Everything will be clear." Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. Lu Jianxi's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Many people beside him also smiled. They were almost all experienced. This kind of thing didn't need to be explained clearly. The willow branch you broke was intentional. There are many forks on it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, "Your money, your people, your efforts, all have been divided by the forks. Go back." Lu Jianxi's face was pale. "Master, how should I solve this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say anything. He looked at his phone and saw that the bank transfer message had arrived. He said lightly, "This is a family matter. I can't say much. I can't do anything more. Think about it yourself." The thin man at the back of the line was already impatient. "Go, go, go. You're not leaving after seeing it. It's just a thank you gift of 1,000 yuan. Do you want to solve everything at Master's place? Master has a good temper. If it were me, I would have chased you away. I'd even give beggars more than this." Lu Jianzhu's face was red. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He squeezed out of the crowd with his tail between his legs. After he left the crowd, his face immediately turned fierce. "I've long suspected that there's something wrong with you." Sure enough. Then he took out his phone. Private Detective Agency. The thin man sat in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo with a smile and a respectful attitude. "Master Zhuo, I'm Qiao Zhongshan. Nice to meet you." "Qiao Zhongshan." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his face and said, "You want to ask about money?" Qiao Zhongshan said, "Yes. I have a business deal recently. I can't make up my mind. Should I do it or not?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "No need to say more. I'll give you 4 words. Please give me your instructions, master." Zhuo Xiaoduo closed his eyes and half reclined on the chair. He said lightly, "Make a prompt decision." The thin man understood. "Understood. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, master." He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. "After the deal is done, I'll definitely thank you again." Zhuo Xiaoduo finally opened his eyes and praised, "Your Excellency is very considerate. I see that your fortune, ah. A small stream flows for a long time, an endless stream. A person with a good character will most likely have good fortune." The thin man was elated. "Thank you, master." Then, he transferred another 100,000 yuan and left happily. Next. He received 200,000 yuan just by looking at his fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the road in front of him was splendid. A golden path was slowly spreading out. Chapter 214. Master Zhuo. An old woman sat down. She looked sad. Her clothes were clean, but they were obviously worn out. An old man with wrinkles on his face stood beside her. They looked like a couple. "I have no other choice. That's why I came to you, master." The old woman's weather-beaten face was full of helplessness and despair. "My old man and I used to be cultivators. But after we were plotted against, our lives changed completely. Originally, it would have been fine. That's how life is. Since we've embarked on this path, we've long been on guard against such situations and have no regrets. However, the other party took away our child. My only daughter was only 3 years old that year. Tears appeared in the old woman's dry eyes. 30 years have passed. We've been looking for her. But we couldn't find any clues. Master, please take a look. Can you still find my daughter? The old man beside him was silent. He took out an old wallet from his chest and took out all the money in the wallet. There were only a few $100s in total. Some were small, some were even, but it was obvious that he had emptied his wallet and took out everything he had. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment. He took $1 from the pile of money and pushed the rest of the money back. He said softly, "If fate allows us to meet, then 1 gold coin will be enough for us to meet. If we are sincere, then 1 gold coin will be enough. Please take back the rest." He looked at the old woman's face and said in a low voice, "Auntie, I can tell you with certainty. Your daughter is still alive. And soon, you will be able to reunite as a family." The old woman's eyes widened. "Really? Really?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked softly, "At that time, where did you lose your child?" "It's a long story. Back then, we went to the Roaring Tiger Forest, which was adjacent to the Sun Moon Pass. However, we got lost there. We lived there for 10 years. And, that was when I got together with him." The old lady sighed softly. "My darling has been living in the Roaring Tiger Forest since she was born. She has never seen the outside world. We tried so hard and finally found a way out. We walked out of the Roaring Tiger Forest, but we encountered an enemy. The 2 of us were severely injured and our daughter was taken away." "I see." Zhuo Xiaoduo counted with his fingers and said, "You should find a place to settle down temporarily. Don't go out and run around during this period of time. If I'm not wrong, your daughter is on the way to find her parents." "Thank you for your guidance, Master." The couple wept tears of joy. In this lifetime, to be able to see Nan Nan again. "Even if I die immediately, I will be content." The husband and wife supported each other as they walked away. Everyone else present was waiting with a heavy heart. It was all because of the tragic experience of this couple. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the backs of the couple with a heavy expression. Next, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at more than 10 people. Not only did the crowd in front of him not decrease, but it also increased. "Master Zhuo is awesome." "That's right. I heard that when he showed it to the Long family, he said that he was about to be unlucky. Guess what? Is there a need to guess? The news has spread throughout the city. Is the Long family going to be in trouble soon?" Wrong. Not only is the Long family unlucky, they are unlucky twice. The night before, the Long family manor was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. Isn't that bad enough? But the next night, even the ruins were gone. It turned into a lake. It's all thanks to Master Zhuo. If it weren't for Master Zhuo's judgment, the whole Long family would have been turned into fish and shrimp. That's right, that's right. It's because it's so magical that I have to come and take a look. I've been feeling that things haven't been going well recently. Zhuo Xiaoduo was never tired of reading people's faces. The more the better. In the past, he only complained that no one came to see him. Now that there were people coming, naturally, he was very happy to greet them. There was no income in the Providence points for now, but in just 1 hour, the income had reached a terrifying amount of 400,000. These people are so honest and kind. I really like them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After all, this amount of income was already very, very scary for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Just when he was busy and happy, Hu Ruoyun came. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun looked at the school entrance that looked like a wet market and said angrily, "Do you still want to go to class or not? Are you setting up a stall here?" It's so slow to earn money like this. Why don't you go rent a house and do some fortune-telling? In the whole school, no, in the whole Phoenix City, or even the whole continent of astral souls, among the people that Zhuo Xiaoduo was most afraid of, Hu Ruoyun was one of the top 3, second only to his mother and sister. In this regard, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue were ranked behind. When Hu Ruoyun stood up, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood at attention and smiled apologetically. Teacher Hu, he. Class, I'll go to class right away. Then, he said, let's go. If you need anything, you can come at noon. I have an hour of rest at noon. And an hour of rest in the afternoon. Don't worry, things will be solved. Under everyone's regretful gazes, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly packed up, grabbed his bank card, and the promotional note, and ran into the school. There was no one left in the class. Those who needed to train went to train, and those who had contribution points in hand used them to exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Fangyang was currently lying in shield. With his injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally had to report to the gravity room. Zhuo Xiaoduo, someone called from behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and saw Bai Bingbing standing there. What's the matter? Bai Bingbing looked a little restrained. She was quite different from the cheerful person she was a few days ago. She even looked a little haggard. She said, "Have you had breakfast? I brought you your favorite big buns. There are 20 of them." As she spoke, she took out a big bag of meat buns. Bai Bingbing had been bringing breakfast for Zhuo Xiaoduo for several days in a row. Zhuo Xiaoduo would refuse every time, but Bai Bingbing obviously didn't give up. She reluctantly continued to bring him breakfast the next day. Bai Bingbing. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, "I'll say it again seriously. I really can't like you, because I already have a wife." You already have a wife? Bai Bingbing looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's young face. Even though her heart was heavy, she couldn't help but want to laugh. "Eat, I just brought you a few buns. I don't want to be your wife." Is that so? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and rushed into the gravity room. "I know, don't bring them in the future. If my wife sees it, I'll be finished." Bai Bingbing's hand stopped in midair. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back, her expression gradually became complicated. She held the bag of buns in her hand tightly and didn't move for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly and walked back. Halfway through, she threw the bag of buns into the trash can by the roadside and left with a heavy heart. After a long time, Hu Ruoyun appeared beside the trash can. She reached in and took out the buns. Then, she took the buns and left. "Go and check these buns." Hu Ruoyun handed the buns to Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang was a little puzzled. "Still checking? You've been checking for 3 or 4 days. I just feel that something is wrong." Hu Ruoyun frowned. "I hope I'm just overthinking." "Okay." Li Changjiang said, "I'll go now. Also, give me the test reports from the past few days." "Okay." Noon. The test reports are out. Li Changjiang said, "There's nothing wrong with these buns. There's just an extra Xiang root." Well, the Xiang root's main effect is to replenish the vitality of the astral souls. If it's eaten frequently, it will have a certain effect on strengthening the astral souls. Xiang root. Hu Ruoyun held a thick stack of test reports. "Is everything here?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll take them." Li Changjiang looked at his wife's figure and was a little puzzled. "Ruoyun, in my opinion, this is just a young man's pursuit of the opposite sex because he has a good impression of the opposite sex. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by being so paranoid?" Hu Ruoyun said softly, "I don't want to think of my student this way, but I keep feeling that this Bai Bingbing is different from before. She used to like to get close to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but she used to be very bright and generous when she smiled. But since a few days ago, her smile has changed. She's still trying to get close to him, but she's not like before, walking over whenever she has time. Instead, she spends most of her time in a daze. She often seems to have a lot on her mind. Also, she's never sent food to Zhou Xiaoduo before, but these few days, she's been acting strangely. She's been sending food every morning. She's been rejected today, but she continues the next day. Li Changjiang wondered, isn't this normal? It's not strange for a girl who's in love to do anything. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, you're not a woman. You don't understand women. Li Changjiang said, I think the problem is that Zhou Xiaoduo hasn't eaten even once, which made the girl feel frustrated. That's why she keeps sending food to him, hoping that he'll be moved once. Then why doesn't Zhou Xiaoduo eat? Hu Ruoyun said, or maybe Zhou Xiaoduo saw something. Li Changjiang felt that his wife was simply unreasonable. She was twisting words and forcing logic. Li Changjiang, you have to know one thing. If a girl really likes someone, even if she knows that there's no hope, her heart will still be filled with love. Under this kind of love, she will cry, she will be in a daze, she will look forward to it, she will daydream, and she will even laugh. However, he would never show a dull and somewhat stiff attitude. Do you understand? Hu Ruoyun took the test report and left. The reason why I felt that something was wrong and only asked you to do the test, but I didn't say anything to the public, is that I'm not sure. This is just my intuition. And a woman's intuition has never been reasonable. I hope that my intuition is wrong this time. Hu Ruoyun took the test report and went up to the top floor. Old principal. Monthly votes please. Chapter 215. Oh, it's Ruoyun. Yuanyua's body was weak, and she was having a meeting at Shield in the early hours of the morning. Furthermore, Sister Lan was not around to look after her. She was lying on the wheelchair, dozing off, with only a thin blanket covering her body. What's the matter? There's a small matter. Hu Ruoyun felt a little regretful. She should have let Yuanyua rest for a while. Her body wasn't well to begin with. She had been worried the whole night and stayed up all night. Now, she had to disturb her with something that she didn't even know existed. Say it. Yuanyua was completely awake now. She lifted the blanket on her body and said, you're not an ignorant person. Since you're here, it must be something important. There's something that I can't make up my mind about. I really don't know much about this field. Say it. There are a few edible herbs, including purple sun root, dream lingji grass, 9 complete vine juice, and honey grass flower. Just these, together with ordinary dishes and meat, will it produce any special effects? Will it have the same effect as mixed poison? Yuanyua laughed, how come you're researching mixed poison now? She pondered for a moment and said, the herbs you mentioned all have the same characteristics. It strengthens the vitality, nourishes the astral souls, and replenishes the vitality. And these herbs, if eaten alone, will not do any harm. They will only be beneficial. Yuanyua said slowly, but. Hearing the word, but, Hu Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat. These 4 herbs, if you eat the honey grass flower on the first day and let the medicinal effect spread into the meridians, then eat the 9 complete vine juice, then eat the dream lingji grass on the 3rd day, and eat the purple sun root on the 4th day. Yuanyua's face was serious. If you eat the honey grass flower on the 5th day, the medicinal effect of the 4 days will accumulate, and it will become an incurable poison. Hu Ruoyun's delicate body trembled, an incurable poison. Yes, once the incurable poison is formed, the astral souls of the user will immediately shatter, and their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will disappear. However, very few people know about this method. Furthermore, there are clear regulations of the country that forbid the sale of these medicinal herbs together. Especially the dream lingji grass, which is the hardest to find. It's an extremely rare spiritual material, but it doesn't have much of a beneficial effect. Therefore, not many people know about this method of harming people. He Yuanyua asked, why? Did you find anything? Hu Ruoyun gulped and said, I did find something. I suspect that someone is using this method to deal with Sui Xiaoduo. Huh? He Yuanyua could not help but widen her eyes. Sui Xiaoduo? Yes. Hu Ruoyun took out the test report and said, recently, a girl has been pursuing Sui Xiaoduo. I feel that her behavior is strange because at first, it was pure affection. I can see and feel it, but recently, her behavior has changed. Every morning, she brings food to Sui Xiaoduo. Sui Xiaoduo does not eat, and Sui Xiaoduo does not eat, so it's fine if she takes it back. However, that girl always throws away the food she brings and brings it back the next day. I feel strange about this. Even if he doesn't eat it, she shouldn't throw it away, right? If she gives up and gives up, she won't bring it back the next day, so I took it for testing. Hu Ruoyun explained her analysis in detail, including the analysis of the girl's thoughts. This is the test report from the first day. It found the ingredients of the honey grass flower. On the second day, there was 9 whole vine juice. On the third day, there was dream lingji grass. On the fourth day, there was purple sun root. Looking at the 4 test reports, He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Sui Xiaoduo did not eat it? You didn't eat it even once? Not even once. Hu Ruoyun said with certainty. That's not right. If he didn't eat it on the first day, even if he ate it on the second, third, and fourth days, it would be useless. He Yuanyua pondered and said, if he didn't eat it on the first day, she should continue to send him the food with the honey grass flower. She shouldn't have changed to the food with the 9 whole vine juice. Hu Ruoyun frowned and did not say anything. Do you know why Sui Xiaoduo didn't eat it? He Yuanyua asked. I'm investigating this matter secretly. I haven't asked Sui Xiaoduo yet, and I'm also afraid that this is a misunderstanding. Since Sui Xiaoduo didn't eat it, and there's no danger now. Then why don't we observe this matter first before we do anything else? He Yuanyue reminded her, Ruoyun, this matter is very likely to be more dangerous than you can imagine. So, you must pay attention to your own safety. If possible, try to delay it as much as possible. The strongest fighters in our school are all not here. If something happens, we won't be able to fight back at all. He Yuanyue said, just give Sui Xiaoduo a subtle reminder. That kid knows what's important and he's very sensitive to his own misfortune. Understood. Watching Hu Ruoyun go out, He Yuanyue's eyes became deep. She looked at the tea in the teacup. The tea leaves that Hu Ruoyun just made for her were bobbing up and down. She did not move for a long time. Meng Tianyue. The Meng family can't wait to kill Sui Xiaoduo? If that's the case, why don't they just send a master to assassinate him directly? Why do they always play these little tricks? Do they want to quietly solve the problem? If I didn't know your intention before and couldn't see your faces clearly, maybe I would be fooled by you. But now. As soon as this matter came out, He Yuanyue immediately locked onto the suspect. The Meng family. Lan. She habitually wanted to call Sister Lan, but then she remembered that Sister Lan was now seriously injured and was recuperating at Star Shield. She shut her mouth. No matter what, this matter can't be revealed now. Once it is revealed, it will only intensify the conflict and put Sui Xiaoduo in more danger. The water in Phoenix City is getting muddier and muddier. How did the Bai family and the Meng family hook up again? The Bai family has always been a family of poets and scholars. Could it be that they are being coerced? Sui Xiaoduo was sweating profusely in the gravity room. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He didn't know what was going on. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spirit energy since he came to school this morning, but he didn't feel like breaking through even once. If it was yesterday, he should have at least 5 or 6 times of agitation. He couldn't figure it out. Why was this? If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. It can help me become stronger and accumulate more foundation. Zhou Xiaoduo took out the medium-grade jade of astral souls again and absorbed its energy. It's fine if I can't reach the breakthrough point for now. Although I don't know the specific reason, it's certain that I haven't accumulated enough. So, I'll continue to accumulate. The true yuan in his body was quietly transforming into the scorching power of the flaming sun sutra. Noon, 12:00. Zhou Xiaoduo climbed out of the gravity room on time with the weights. After a short rest, he went to the cafeteria to eat. Zhou Xiaoduo ate quickly. It only took him 5 minutes to finish 3 or 4 bowls of rice. He wiped his mouth and walked out. When he reached a corner, he saw Wan Lixiu hiding in a corner and eating alone. Wan Lixiu's appetite was terrifying. As a girl, almost all girls would think about how to lose weight and diet to maintain their figure. But Wan Lixiu ate at least 60 to 70 steamed buns for a meal. So much so that every time they had lunch in the cafeteria, Miss Wan would feel extremely conflicted and ashamed. But if she didn't eat, she would starve. She didn't have the strength to maintain her cultivation. So, she could only hide in a corner and eat steamed buns. Long Yusheng sat behind her and tried his best to make his body as big as possible to block Wan Lixiu's line of sight. This made Wan Lixiu feel a little better. Yes, others can't see me. They can't see me. Zhou Xiaoduo walked over valiantly. He laughed loudly and said, Wan Lixiu, have you finished 70 steamed buns? Wan Lixiu's eyes bulged. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression with a steamed bun in her mouth. She knew that this guy was despicable, but she didn't expect him to be despicable to this extent. His voice wasn't soft at all, so many people in the cafeteria turned to look in the direction of the voice. Zhou Xiaoduo looked over and laughed, oh, there are still 7 or 8 steamed buns. You can continue to eat. If you don't have enough money in your meal card, you can swipe. Swipe Long Yusheng's meal card. Before his voice died away, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had finished his despicable act, disappeared with a whoosh. Wan Lixiu, who was still in the corner, blushed. She almost stuffed her head into the wall. Long Yusheng's angry eyes showed that he wanted to kill someone. Despicable. What a despicable person. Long Yusheng muttered to himself. Wan Lixiu swallowed the remaining 7 or 8 steamed buns as if they were Zhou Xiaoduo. Her face was red. I must kill him this afternoon. No one is allowed to stop me, I must beat him to death, ah. Long Yusheng was shocked. Xiu, don't be impulsive. Wan Lixiu roared crazily. She suddenly stood up and walked out valiantly to get food. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a beautiful girl? Wan Lixiu was no longer shy when facing the scrutinizing eyes around her. She stared back valiantly. There was a sense of desperation. Everyone turned their heads to look at her valiantly. Wan Lixiu was completely relaxed when Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. She directly put the bowl through the window. Give me another 20 steamed buns, 2 plates of mutton, 2 ox trotters, and half a kilogram of chili sauce. Thank you. She stomped her feet as if venting her anger. I didn't eat enough for the past few days because of my face. I must eat more today. 30 steamed buns, make it 100. Li Changming, Li Changlong, and Yu Moyan, who were engrossed in eating, gave her a thumbs up. Xiu. Awesome. Wan Lixiu walked back with the food. She held her head high and said, what are you looking at? Can you afford to feed me with my appetite? Long Yusheng shouted from behind, I can afford to feed you. There was another burst of laughter. All kinds of whistles rose to the sky. Chapter 216. After Zhou Xiaoduo was done with his daily routine, he ran out of the school to set up a stall to earn money. In less than an hour, he had seen 17 or 18 advertisements. His net income was 600,000. Adding it up with the one he had seen in the morning, it was 1 million. He had to admit that the effect of the advertisement was too good. In this world, there were too many people who were dissatisfied with their current situation, unwilling to accept their fate, or those who had nowhere to spend their money and wanted to buy a peace of mind. There's still an hour before school ends. Let's continue if we're fated. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to the gravity room, but he was stopped by Hu Ruoyun at the door. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I want to ask you something. Hu Ruoyun brought Zhuo Xiaoduo to her office without any explanation. Tell me the truth. Why didn't you eat the food that Bai Bingbing brought for you? Hu Ruoyun went straight to the point. She believed that Zhuo Xiaoduo would not lie to her. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Teacher Hu, I'm a loyal man. I already have a wife. My love for my wife can only be expressed by the heavens. How can I eat the food that another woman brought for me? Hu Ruoyun frowned. Stop talking nonsense with a cheeky face. I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. If you don't want to say it, you can leave. Hu Ruoyun said sadly, Xiaoduo, you can cultivate now. You can skip grades. You're already at the peak of martial master. Zhuo Xiaoduo panicked. Teacher Hu. You can leave. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. No, I'm not interested in listening anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed over and hugged Hu Ruoyun's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Teacher Hu, I was just casually saying. Hu Ruoyun gave him a sidelong glance. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, his expression turned serious. At first, I thought that Bai Bingbing was a good person. She had a good personality and dared to love and hate. However, ever since she began to bring me breakfast, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So I did a facial examination for her. A physiognomy? Hu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment before asking, then what did you see? I can see a lot of things. Recently, Bai Bingbing's family has been troubled. She's been affected by an uncontrollable force. She's been shrouded in bad luck, and she's been surrounded by evil spirits. Most importantly, she's suddenly filled with malice towards me or her actions. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twisted as he said, based on this reason, how would I dare to eat the food she gave me? Intuition. It's not intuition. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I really know that the food she gave me has something bad in it. Why should I eat it? Was he looking for trouble for himself? To take care of the feelings of someone who has malice towards me? Wouldn't that be stupid? Hu Ruoyun sighed softly. I understand. But why don't you tell me more? Hu Ruoyun was a little tired. There have been too many things happening recently. It's better to avoid trouble. Also, I'm pretty sure that Bai Bingbing didn't mean to harm me. Zhuo Xiaoduo paused for a moment before saying solemnly, she was probably forced. Forced? Yes, I was behind her, and I could see a thick darkness. If I insist on pursuing the truth of this matter, the truth will most likely be buried. Her whole family will be annihilated. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, Teacher Hu, I don't know how you noticed this. Maybe I'm a little soft-hearted. But I feel that I'm not hurt anyway. There's no need to kill her whole family. That's a little too much. Of course. My other purpose is to see if they can lure out the big fish behind the scenes when their plan fails and they change to another strategy. I want to see who it is. Is there a third reason? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the third reason is. I'm afraid that if I expose the big fish behind the scenes, I won't be able to handle it. If everything is exposed, I won't be able to handle it. If Teacher Qin wasn't injured, I would have discussed this matter with him. But now, Our second high school is full of injured soldiers and all the important generals are gone. If I act rashly now, I'll be courting death. Hu Ruoyun completely understood. I understand. Then you can go. Hu Ruoyun said, since you know everything in your heart, I won't waste my breath to remind you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said gratefully, thank you, Teacher Hu. Thank you for your concern. Hu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, you child. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, your kindness is really worth remembering for the rest of my life. He took a step forward and gently hugged Hu Ruoyun. He said wholeheartedly, thank you. Letting go of Hu Ruoyun, Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and left. She watched the office door close gently. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were slightly red. She smiled with tears in her eyes. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Although Hu Ruoyun didn't want Zhuo Xiaoduo to know too much and only wanted to silently pay attention to this child, it was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo understood everything. He knew everything clearly and understood it all in his heart. If she didn't pay close attention to him for a long time, if she didn't pay close attention to every little thing, how could she discover such a thing? 5 years of repeating a grade, long-term attention, and this unbreakable teacher-student relationship had made Zhuo Xiaoduo a child in Hu Ruoyun's heart. She was always concerned about him. She was like a loving mother, silently caring and paying attention to everything about her child. Just as Zhuo Xiaoduo said himself, Zhuo Xiaoduo will remember for the rest of his life. In the afternoon, in the gravity room, Zhuo Xiaoduo trained even harder and even risked his life. But even if it was so hard, his heart was always warm. In this world, there were so many beautiful, warm things that were worth remembering, worth protecting, and worth cherishing. Even if he risked his life, he had to protect those things. I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to be cheap. It wasn't until the afternoon, when it was close to 5:00, that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough surged like a tide again. And this time, it was a feeling that couldn't be controlled at all, a feeling that couldn't be suppressed. At least in Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind, his dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo was still trying to gather all of his true qi as much as possible, wave after wave of true qi kept surging over. Or to put it another way, if one drank too much, to the point where he couldn't control himself and wanted to vomit, even if the person was still sober and knew that he didn't want to vomit, he would force himself to swallow it back. But the next wave of even more intense feeling would come and continue to surge out. Cough, cough, anyone who was drunk before would know that. Those who weren't drunk should try their best not to try it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. It took Zhuo Xiaoduo 40 minutes just to suppress this breakthrough. But that restless feeling was still there. It seemed that if he used a little bit of his true qi, it would set off a tsunami again. At this moment, the true qi in his body filled his entire dantian and spread all the way from the dantian to the breakthrough, leaving only a small part before the breakthrough. Or it should be said that his dantian was full to the extreme. This power was destined to not return, because there was no place for it. The main reason why he was sure of this was that Zhuo Xiaoduo used the cooling power of the form of heaven and man. Although he suppressed it, he also understood his current situation. But I haven't surpassed Nian Nian Cat's record. Could it be that there's something wrong with my talent? Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was almost in a daze, but he kept remembering this matter. I think I've only suppressed 19 times. This situation lasted until he returned home. And when he returned home, the investigation by Star Shield finally came to a conclusion. Director General, the 2 men who have been following Shang Qingyun since she was in the governor's mansion have confessed under torture. The 2 people had already been caught in the morning under the crazy search of all the experts in Star Shield. What did they confess? Is there any important information? Shang Qingyun is very likely to be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Star Monarch? Star Master. Is this confirmed? I'm 90% sure. Jiang Wenzhou's eyebrows were completely furrowed. Generally speaking, there's only one star master below the star monarch, who assists the star monarch in handling matters related to the GAL. So why is the left minister of the stars in Phoenix City? And he hasn't moved for decades. He hasn't moved for so many years. What is he waiting for? The left minister of the stars. This is the existence of cooperation. So, who is Shang Qingyun cooperating with? Logically speaking, there must be more important things that require the left minister of the stars' assistance. That's why he's here. So, who is he assisting? Jiang Wenzhou only felt that this case was getting bigger and more complicated as he investigated. The more he investigated, the more his head hurt. Especially after confirming Shang Qingyun's identity, he was shocked to find that the secret hidden in this might be a shocking puzzle that even he couldn't completely understand. And the moment Shang Qingyun's identity was confirmed, that was when the people in Star Shield reported, Shang Qingyun should be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the star master below the star monarch. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had just returned home and was still trying to suppress himself, suddenly felt a flood of good fortune falling from the sky. Well, actually, it was 2 drops of coolness that fell from the sky and went straight into his brain. This was really a windfall from the sky. Of the 2 drops of coolness, half went into his reserves, and the other half turned into coolness that merged into all the meridians in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were nourished and widened again. Their flexibility also increased out of nowhere, and almost doubled. What was even more surprising was that his energy center, which had swollen to the limit, actually widened again. It's time for the second watch today. I'll rest for a few days before erupting again. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.